My live on.
Did you finally come back with the milk?
Hello. How's it going, guys? Ah. Put my controller away. We're actually pretty good to go here. I have already gotten the tweet out, so do me a favor, chat. Go give it some love. And we are going to be beginning here shortly. Grab today's sauce for you. Okay. Why is that upside down? That's super weird. Okay, let's get this party started. Yes. I am on time today. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. It is a lovely bunny. And like I said, I already got the tweet out as well for those of you guys that are just coming in. We are going to be rolling for Okitan Saber today, at least to the extent that Cad definitely needs another copy. I don't actually have enough bond with her to immediately be able to unlock the next append, but I should be able to get it pretty quickly in like 1 or 2 more bond levels. I think I'm almost at bond 7, and I would need to get to bond 8 in order to do it. So time to fix your mistakes, pretty much. We are pretty much restricted on JP right now as to what can be done. Looks like it's going to force me into relogging because of the reset that happened earlier today. Yes, I do, Peanut. Did you just roll for last year? No, I rolled for 2 years ago. This event is 2 years old at this point. It was supposed to rerun last year and never did. It is the first summer event to never rerun, which is kind of wild. I do have storm pods. You know, I'm actually curious. Are the storm pods still half cost? I think they're finally learning. This is good. I think they know. I think they know that no one's doing the fucking storm pods. Not during an event. So this is good. This is actually a nice thing if they're doing this. Because I think that's one of the huge problems that people had. Is it's like, well, you're giving us 3 weeks, but it doesn't matter. Most of the 3-week events are basically tuned to requiring all 3 weeks if you didn't roll. And, you know, you're throwing storm, don't care to do it. Some people just don't unlock it. Some people just don't want to do it. And I think they caught major flack from other people like me that are sitting there pointing it out, that it's like, it's not a good thing. Beat is a banger, sure. I mean, I usually just have like in-game music on while we're doing story, so. But yeah, so I actually really like this. The fact that this lasts another 20 days is good. This is I think they finally get it, chat. I think they finally understand that like the storm pod system is stupid and nobody wants to have to do it. People will do it because of the reward of it and because of how good the nodes are. But if push comes to shove and people are like, well, do I do the event or do I do the storm pods? People choose the event every time. Yay for improvements. Yeah, I am. So it is interesting. We were maybe hoping that we would get some kind of upgrades or maybe like skins released with Summer 6. We got nothing so far. I'm not going to say you might not get something. You might, but let the record show that you got nothing to begin with. And I think, in all honesty, this does kind of prove my point that these reruns are a strategic stall on their part. It's something that they were able to kind of mass produce and push out and say, here, do this. And that's why we're getting 2 reruns chained back to back to kind of give them enough time to work on whatever the hell else they have. And I don't blame them for that. I think it's a smart idea. But it is very obviously stalling. It's good though, right? Like, I would rather have rerun stall than just pure bullshit dead time stall. Especially when the events are lucrative or, you know, something that we missed, right? Like, I think there are several reruns that they never did that they should just bring back because there's no reason not to. And I think it would be very appreciated by the community if they did that. I'm happy to see more reruns again. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only question is, like, how many reruns will they continue to do? Are they only going to do this, like, maybe let the community vote and give us 2 reruns a year? Or are they going to, like, this is now the start of them doing more reruns? Or are we just never going to get any other reruns again after this? So it's like it could be anywhere in between any of that. Where's Avalon? Did not see him today. I think Avalon was in FGO General. I'm pretty sure he was. You may be right, though. FGO General was kind of dead today. But, and I'm going to be real with y'all, it shouldn't be that surprising given there's really not going to be anything going on, right? We have Summer 6. We have NA's event. We are, well, sorry, not event, but Traum. We are locked in. I'm going to tell you there will be zero news for at least a week. So, like, probably not until the end of next week, we might finally begin to hear something. Because it might be whatever's going to happen next on NA. Or perhaps, you know, something like, hey, maybe we do a strengthening or like advanced quest or something like that on JP. I do think, again, like I said, week 3 of the JP rerun here, you're probably likely to see a download campaign. That's my guess, so don't shoot me if that's not the case. But that's kind of what I'm thinking right now, is that it makes kind of a lot of sense for them to run a download campaign there. It made a lot of sense for them to announce a download campaign in the last stream, and they didn't do it. So this would still make sense, but I think if they go a little bit beyond that, like into the next rerun, I think they're starting to creep a little bit too close to anniversary. So I'm expecting the download campaign to kind of be what brings hype in the quote-unquote dead period of reruns. They'll just let it carry everything. Blackbeard buff, yeah. He's been in Discord, yes, yeah. Ash said the birthday boy was here. Yes, it actually is Ash's birthday. So, chat, can we get some Feels birthday mans for Ash? The local Papega. Feels Batman? Oh, come on. It doesn't feel Batman. Looks like perfect content that can be shuffled around when NA has their anniversary 1 month earlier. Yeah. And to be fair, this is kind of how JP is a lot of the time. We usually get like a lighter period leading up to anniversary because they need to prep for their own anniversary, and that's usually what allows NA to be able to shuffle things around. So it's like, for instance, we have like the Oku main interlude, we have the Grail front and stuff like that. These are things that are not that important and can be shuffled should the need be. It looks like they're not going to shuffle the Grail front, but it does at least appear like Oku will still obviously happen behind anniversary. But I do find that at least interesting that it's kind of what enables NA after all these years. They would have released a Draco banner sooner or later. Yeah, and I've said that too. Like I don't hate that it came back, but I do agree that it probably could have been something else, right? So we'll see. The other thing I wonder is if we're actually going to get a rerun of Summer 7 now, which means that without that rerun, you're probably not going to be getting another Valkyrie copy. So I'm at least a little bit concerned about that. Hopefully they do, but we'll see. And I'm going to be honest with you, if they do this again next year and they don't rerun Summer 7, then we all know what's getting picked next year. Like it's blatantly obvious what people will go for. Half the reason people went for this. Oh, you'll have a limited time to earn an exclusive golden kappa for 24 hours, chat. Residente, thank you for the 46. Alba, thank you for the 48. That is an interesting resub message, Alba. You sure you didn't type your search term into the resub on accident? Twitch renting the golden. Yeah, I feel like golden kappa should like last a week or like I don't know, maybe even a month. Like, if you don't want to make it permanent, that's fine. But like, lasting 24 hours is like nothing in the grand scheme of things. Also, what the heck? Oh, I see what happened. I quite literally did not shuffle for Tamamo. What do we have left till Annie Traum and the dog event? Yeah, we basically have Hakinden and supposedly the Grail front. So I won't be surprised. Hakinden is slated for early June. So they basically can run that and then squeeze the Grail front in, and they should have enough time. Like I'm not sure exactly when the NA like 2-week period for Traum will be up. What day did Traum come out? It was like Monday, wasn't it? It's past Monday, yeah. So the 13th. Then that means the 2-week period will be up on the 26th. That's interesting. They could actually squish the Grail front in there, but I think didn't they say on the most recent stream chat that we're getting Road to 7 LB3 in like late May. So it'll probably go Road to 7 LB3 late May, then like immediately as soon as possible the Bakin event in June. And then with that like last like week and change there, they're probably gonna run the Grail front before anniversary. Road to 7 would have to be before Hakinden. Yeah. And I think that's what they'll do. Hello, Pion. Welcome to the YouTube side of things. 26, 27 would be the earliest to do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory they could run it early, but there's really like, there's no problem with Road to 7 overlapping with anything. As long as it's not a total overlap, as long as there's like, you know, like a couple of days where there's no event overlap, because it's not going to take you a full week to get like Road to 7 done. It's just you want time to actually like sit down and do the like strengthenings that'll happen from it, and the availability of the strengthenings and interludes that happen from it, not necessarily new ones. And you'll want time to do the whatchamacallit, the super recollection quests if you plan to do them. I haven't been doing the super recos. Maybe now, since I'm got time off work, I might actually sit down and do them. But that was kind of my problem, as work was making it so that it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't have an hour to just sit there and spend on basically a singular fight, right? Yeah, super recos are honestly pretty boring. It's a gimmick fight, and once you have the gimmick down, you just don't worry too much. Also, I didn't realize that, Alba, but thank you for the 4 years. Teapot earned if you do Super Reco expire at the end of the month. No, it shouldn't be like that. They should make it go for longer. But there are some times where, like, yeah, you get it'll be whatever the Teapot expiration date is. So I don't know what the current one is. Is it like slated for literally the end of the month, or is it slated for like after that? Because that would be a thing. It is? Okay, then it might be. Yeah, like I'm not sure on that one. I think that's just a coding issue is why. Okay, so we are actually capped on an A. We'll be doing Traum later, so let's just go ahead and make a Blapple here. By the way, I love that it's bronzed cobalt fruit. That is how it was on JP as well. Everybody just calls them blue apples because, again, it's bronzed, but it doesn't look bronze at all. It looks cobalt. That is what it looks like. So it literally is a blue apple in that regard, regardless of whatever they claim. A bloople? Yeah, a bloople. Playing about abruptness, not the actual event. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll get to it when I get to it. I know I'm probably going slower. Did I not make the blue apple? God damn it. My brain. I know I'm probably going slower than most people, but like, it's fine. This is what happens when I can only do them on stream. So I just saw 7 of something there. Okay, it's my USOs. Damn it! I just got sad. Just reminded myself I have USOs there. Hello, Mish. Yeah, we're gonna be rolling right here. Like I said, my only goal is to get a singular copy. I don't know. Maybe if she's more lucky, then we can go more. But I'm not expecting her to be, especially not with the result that I just had on NA. So copper turns green. You mean bronze? Yeah. I was gonna say yeah. Usually it's the oxidation. Bronze ends up turning green over time. Like for instance, the Statue of Liberty, I believe, was like at one point. Wait, was it all bronze? I don't remember. I feel like maybe the Statue of Liberty might be the exception to that. No, Statue of Liberty was copper. Okay. Oh, but it was still copper. So like it did not start out green. That is because of the oxidation still. "33 seconds of an inch." Huh? That was a weird way to say that. Became money colored fitting. Indeed. Well, a lot of our statues are like that, so. As an NA player, it feels it's only yesterday since I did this summer event. I mean, it hasn't been that long, right? You haven't had another summer event since this one, so I can understand how you'd feel that way. I'm perfectly fine with it, though. I had no issues with this event. Like, as far as summer events go, Summer 6 was a really, like, good event. It can be grindy, but only to the extent that you need it to be, right? But yeah, let's actually, you know what? It's really not gonna matter. It's not gonna like impact my my ability to like do the node or the bonus that I'm getting off of the node. So let's go ahead and just like actually run the node so that way I don't have to deal with my inventory afterwards. At least not on stream with you guys. Let me make sure I have the filter set here. Yeah, the only thing I actually want is the treasure one. We have a summer skedoodle. We do. So, again, just a reminder for any of you guys on JP. This at MLB gives 50% extra chance. Okay? This caps out at 100. So you only ever need 2 MLBs of this CE. Anything more than that is wasted. You're not getting any additional benefit. So just keep in mind you only ever need the 2 MLBs and you'll be fine. Is the rerun time lock too? Yeah, it should be the 6th day that we get the 90 plus on. The 90 plus. Let's change you to mash. Well, that's funny because I think he's coming right back into the party. Yep. I would not be able to fit a 4-star, so actually I might be able to fit a 3-star. Hold on. Yes, okay, I can fit a 3-star. Now you don't have to take something like the damage C, but I just do just for simplicity. Remember, Ocean Flyer is damage. And I cannot remember the name of the C, but it's the Van Gogh C. The Van Gogh Thighs C is the easy one. I am also running the new Mystic code on JP because I didn't run it at all during the prior event, so I'm just going to go ahead and use Summer here to basically knock it out since this one's an easy event. Give Mash the bikini for consistency? No, because she's not going to be. You're not going to see her on the field. Yeah, sink deeper. Thank you, chat. Now on screen, you can see in current year colorized the mistake that I have made. And the mistake is that I have unlocked the wrong craft essence, or sorry, not the wrong craft essence, the wrong append for Okitan Saber. I unlocked her extra append, which is ironically enough the worst append for Okitan because her third append is anti-berserker. So it would have been better had I unlocked the third one even than the one that I did. But we are at least going to get her like one more copy to try and get her mana loading unlocked, because it really actually does help her loop, especially from 0. So it's one thing where it's like, yeah, I just would be better off if I actually did it at this point. But again, this is obviously with damage bonus, but you can see Okitan's refund, especially as a quick unit, is no joke. She actually just slaps. Hello, Tarak. Cat wanted her extra card damage first. No, like I said, it's actually the worst append out of all of them. A near event that was Traum as a requirement, because on JP I did it when Nemo Christmas because it was Traum locked. Yeah, I mean that's still like a year and a half away though. You still got plenty of time. Like you do want to do Traum when you get the opportunity, but that's not a huge concern. To be fair, there's like for a long time there's nothing that really requires anything even LB6. And then it's like, I think last year they finally started requiring LB6 and higher for stuff, which is good. They kind of need to. She is why I'm not salty about getting Charlie in an A. Yeah, like her and Charlie, at least in terms of like their capability, is very similar. You really just don't have to worry about which one of them is better. If you already have one, you can just say, okay, I have that one and I kind of have like 95% of the capability of the other one. Farming quartz for that Draco that's coming. Yeah, that's definitely on my mind at this point. As much as I like Okitan, I just probably need to get the one copy and get out, because like Draco's coming and I'm not gonna have anything in the tank. Is it good if I drop Khan's infograph in the news channel, right? Don't put it in the news channel. Put it in like event guides or something, because that's not news per se. Draco coming in with the steel chair. Yeah, I'd already told you guys, like everybody was freaking out that we weren't going to get a Draco banner. And now people, I'm sure, are going to be like, well, we only got it because we voted for it. And I'm like, no, you would have gotten it. I guarantee you it's a thing. By the way, chat, I have no idea what it is that I still need for the weeklies. It's something that I'm 4 out of 15 on. It may be like Ember Gathering or some crap, but I have no idea. People panicking for no reason? Yeah. I think it's like, especially with newer players, and especially with like the Twitter crowd where like they hyper like focus on everything. I think people like feel like it's actually a thing, but for us veterans, especially someone like me, it's been around a long time, right? This is why like I'm usually the voice of reason on things like this, because I have the experience and I have the mentality to know that like it will be a thing. It will come back. You'll be fine as long as you keep playing the game. It's usually people that freak out because like they either haven't been playing long enough or someone told them it might not come back, and that's kind of where they get that idea from. Sprinkle me yummy. Thank you for the follow. Never cared much for God Juna, but the wait for him was crazy. Yeah, God Juna isn't the worst the game's ever had, but he is certainly like very high profile enough that it became a big thing. And it's really funny because that was a thing on JP. It was never really a thing for NA. Why? Because by the time like JP got to where it was like waiting for 3 years, you already had Morgan released and had like, I think like at least 2 of her banners. So it wasn't that really big of a deal to NA because people were like, oh no, he might not come back. And Morgan. Like, and I still remember people getting upset. People being like, wow, they've totally undermined him since they put Morgan Le Fay in the game. And I'm like, I think that mentality only exists in a world in which people only roll for the best thing and never roll for characters that they actually like. Because, like, the reason Morgan overshadows him is just because Morgan is more popular. It has nothing to do with gameplay or anything like that. Both of them have their advantages. Both of them have their weaknesses compared to the other. The only reason that there's more Morgan is because Morgan is more popular. That's it. Pure and simple. It's just a character thing. Yeah, I do agree that the like leaving her off the GSSR is scummy, right? Like, and I've said that before. It's the first time, to my knowledge, that they've ever done something like that. We have had units get left off of a like SSR ticket. We haven't had any unit ever get left off of like a GSSR. So. She calls you spouse, of course she's more popular. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, you're saying I don't know about that. Arjuna still excels at some things. I didn't say he didn't, right? Like that's my entire point. Is basically Arjuna is still a fantastic unit and he will still out damage Morgan in most cases. But Morgan has a little bit of extra charge and has a little bit more utility than him. That's it. So it's like both of them have their advantage. If you only worship damage numbers, you want Arjuna. If you want a unit that's a little bit more like well-rounded and usable, you probably want Morgan. But it really doesn't matter because both of them are capable and both of them are strong and good. So you should just roll for the one that you want. And I think that's the thing that I always try to like make clear to you guys. It's why when I do unit analysis, I don't try to like overhype things. And you'll actually see me take lines that are almost decidedly like anti-community, where if I know a community is really hyping up a unit, I'm actually going to pick that unit apart even harder in order to like make people understand and have a better idea about like whether or not they actually need to roll the unit. You're going to see me do that with the summer units this time because the summer units are super hyped up by everybody. So I'm going to have to basically make the case for rolling them and simultaneously make the case for you don't have to roll them because there's just always a community circle jerk about that. So it's like I have to like, to me, part of my responsibility as a content creator, as somebody that focuses a little bit more on the info side of the game and keeping you guys like knowledgeable and informed, I have to at least say, hey, look, even though this unit is hype and even though everyone is seemingly rolling for them, you don't have to. And here's why. Because if I don't say that, no one else will. Everybody will be on the circle jerk. So somebody's got to be the guy that like basically makes the case for you don't have to. Even Scotty? Yeah. Yeah, and you guys know, my entire line is always the meta supports are the closest thing the game has to a must roll, And even then, you don't have to roll. It's not going to kill your account if you don't have her. Yeah, exactly. She's just quality of life. She makes your life easier in the game. So it's like, my recommendation is for you to, but you don't have to. And here's how you would get around not having her, right? Like, I can easily make the case for those things. The community circle jerk on Summer Ibuki has calmed down because of the Musashi buff. Yeah, in all honesty, like, I actually am like, that was a good buff in that regard. I'm actually like A-okay with that, because it really did stop like everyone and their brother from saying you have to roll Summer Ibuki. And I'm like, it's good. I'm glad that happened. Because, chat, Summer Ibuki is a strong and good unit. One, Musashi, yeah, she now hits harder, but not as capable, I would say. Still, at the end of the day, someone like Ibuki was not necessary. How do I know that? Hi, my name's Khadroth, and I didn't roll Summer Ibuki. And I still did fine in all the content. So I know there are other ways around it. It's a good recommendation to pick her up because of how strong she is. Because especially if you don't have anything else, that makes it a really good item for you to pick up. But if you have like 3 other AoE berserkers, like let's say you have Musashi, let's say you have Morgan Le Fay, and let's say you have Arjuna Alter, and you have all 3 of those, do you need Summer Ibuki? Now, right now, there's probably some people in chat thinking, well, yeah, I mean, like, I can make a really good case for why you need her. The answer is still no, you don't need her. Even though you can make that good case, it's not required. You could find some other unit to fill in. And that's the thing. I think a lot of people get caught up on that, and that is your bias. Like, straight up. I try to, like, always check my bias at the door when I'm doing these, and I want you guys to understand this is probably where your bias exists. Is if you think you have to have that one unit, that's your bias. And bias isn't necessarily bad. Like you being biased towards certain units just means you like those units. But it also does impact your perception of them and your willingness to recommend them to other people. So it is an interesting thing nonetheless. But it's something that, like, for me in particular, I have to try and be as impartial as possible. I have to try and, like, just focus on the facts and not the feelings of the matter. Cobbled, thank you for the follow. Summer Ibuki's nice. I hope she'll be kind to my rolls. Yep. Yeah, and I'm gonna say all of this, and I'm gonna make the case for why you have to roll all 3 and why you don't have to roll all 3. And then I'm gonna roll all 3. And then people will be like, Cad, you told us we didn't have to, but you did. And I'm going to be like, yes, but I also told you didn't have to because I didn't, right? On my other account. So. I don't have any AoE Berserker, so I do need her. Yeah, in that regard, like, if you don't have another AoE Berserker, picking up, like, Ibuki is going to be really good for you, right? Like, and that's, I think stuff like that is a wholly different consideration than everybody and their brother circle jerking one unit and saying, you got to get it. They're the best unit, right? Like, that's the thing that I'm trying to like, kind of hit home with you guys on. My friend would laud his Arjuna over me, and then I ended up getting Summer Musashi and Morgan. Yeah, and it's funny, too, because, like, there was this period of like 3 months right after Arjuna Ultra's release where he was just really good. Like, he was the solution that got used in like all the Guildfest challenges and everything. And people were like, oh my God, he is like so fucking good right now. And then it was like almost after Guildfest, he just kind of fell off a cliff. It's not that he wasn't good. It's not that he lost any amount of strength. It's that basically it wasn't necessary after that point. And the game kind of evolved from there. So it's really interesting to see that. He's still good. Still to this day on JP. Don't worry, guys. I'll roll all 3 for you. Leave them to me. Exactly. Like, I don't need cream. I'm still perfectly fine with Summer Jalter. Yeah, I'm gonna say again, everybody kind of overstates Creamhild too. And why do people overstate Creamhild? Almost like maybe people like goth mommies. And they'll hide it as, but she's really good. And I'm like, she is. And I also showed you guys the damage numbers, and you can see Vlad and Galatea out damaging her. So it's like, she's good. She's not best in game good. She's not gotta have good. And like, this is the point to understanding this and having context to it, because it actually tempers it a little bit. It makes your takes more sane. It makes you not seem like you're totally like in the tank for a character. And then I went out and I rolled in P5. So like, again, I can make these arguments and I can tell you why things are the way that they are, but it's ultimately up to you guys to decide whether or not you want to. But that's why I try to level with you. It's why I try to give you that like specific kind of what's the word I'm looking for, like take, right? So that way you guys get an unbiased take, you guys get a sane take, and then you can decide yourself. Like, I try to almost break the brainwashing that goes on everywhere else, right? I try to get you the idea that you don't have to, so that you can make an informed choice for yourself. As the definition, do it as I say and not as I do. Yeah. I mean, like, again, this is always the interesting thing, right? So, and I said this before too, that probably the most unique aspect of me as a content creator came from my early days, where I decided to play JP, and my JP started out basically totally free to play. It was a Quartz account originally, but outside of that, it only ever spent on like GSSRs, and that was it. I never really bought any Quartz. Over time, I've relinquished that and I've bought packs. I still don't buy a whole lot. Like, I can't even say it's really even a Dolphin account, but I'm just very spendthrifty on JP now. But it started out basically as totally free to play in most aspects. So I had that free to play mentality for how I ran the account and how I designed it. And then over here is my NA account, and it was my whale account. Okay? And that is what allowed me to be such a good content creator for informing you guys. Because when I first started out, most content creators were this. And that was it. And so, like, they would give you advice, but the advice was purely from a whale perspective, and it did not apply to a free-to-play. Me playing both accounts understood the needs of both. And I was able to translate whale speak to you guys and tell you whether or not it mattered for you. And then simultaneously, I was able to understand why free-to-plays cared about certain things way more than any other people. So I could basically walk in both worlds, and that really did help me. It allowed me to make content basically for both parties. The slow corruption of gacha and chat's urging. Did you get your Okitan? No, we haven't rolled yet. I actually got sidetracked there, so let's go ahead and get started. Creamhild propaganda don't work on me. Homosexuality has protected from her. I see. But what if you're like cream sexual? No, it's fine. Like, I think, as always, there is always this like massive circle jerk in the community over popular characters, right? And so it's usually with those popular characters. And I'm not doing it necessarily to be contrarian. I'm doing it to help you guys get an alternate perspective, because I understand that pressure where people go, man, I don't really care about this unit, but everybody keeps saying they're good. Do I have to roll? I've had so many questions like that over the years. And I just, that's why I have taken the take that I do. Why I try to give you guys the like the sort of sane outlook on things. So that way you guys have somebody that'll actually sit there and tell you. Like, I've had numerous times, I've had people that have come into stream and asked me, CAD, should I roll? And I just tell them no on things. And I feel like I'm one of the only people that will tell you no. Most other people would tell you yes. Be careful not to upgrade the wrong append. Don't worry, I can't, because if I only get one copy, it's not enough to actually do the append. I still need to bond her 2 more times in order to have enough. But still, we'll try, right? But okay, so we are going to attempt to right a past wrong here. Back when I first rolled Okitan on JP, I got distracted when I tried to unlock her append. Actually, it wasn't right when I first rolled her. It was after I managed to get her to bond 6. But I went to go unlock her append, and I actually did her first append, which is arguably her worst append, since her third one is Anti-Berserker. So now we're going to try to roll a second copy so that I have enough bond, at least easily within reach, to be able to get that second append so I can actually unlock her mana loading and max it out, so that I have an easier time looping her from 0. Because that is really Okitan's entire claim to fame, is she is a quick unit that loops very well. So we're going to try and pray to God that I get what I need here. Also, last time I actually ended up getting quite a bit of the copies. I think I didn't get Anastasia Archer on my JP, but I got 3 copies of Charlotte. So I was there, yeah. Oh no, I'll probably ignore chat when I go do it the second time. And because it happened even once, I have like this actual like stigma about like it every single time. Like I literally have PTSD every time I go into the append screen now. I make sure that I'm pressing the right button. Cat will do it at a stream. That's probably the safer way. Most people will see clearing content as a whale. And being mostly free to play on JP lets you go, yeah, I can clear it. Oh yeah, no, that happened numerous times early in my content creating career. The one that always comes up to me is I still remember people trying to tell me that I couldn't loop within P1 Dantes, and I was like, what do you mean? And I literally pulled it up on the screen and did it. And I was like, there's always been some weird misconceptions that have like floated around the community, but yeah, I was somebody that really started championing the you can loop it in P1, because back in the day, people didn't seem to understand looping very well and seemed to, I guess, like parrot things that other people would say, but they didn't necessarily understand things that other people said. So like there was this conception that you had to have more NP levels to loop, and I was sitting there being like, no, you can do it with like NP1. It's just a charge issue. It's just a refund issue. Usually getting the higher NP levels, obviously it's more damage, and everyone knows that, but it's the only way that would impact refund is if you were able to deal more damage to the extent that you could get more overkill. And I actually have an entire video talking about this. It's part of the Explained series. It's called Looping Explained. Highly recommend you guys go watch it. It explains all the aspects of that. I've seen a lot of people say Ruler Moriarty can't loop. Yeah, Ruler Moriarty can loop over 2 enemy nodes, so let them think that. But yeah, that was something I addressed on his video as well, is that there have been a ton of people that have given him a hard time saying he's not a good looper, and they're just completely wrong. I've seen people say like, oh, well, if you need a third support to loop, you're not good. And I'm like, okay. We want to apply that to everybody, including your favorite waifus? Because it's not going to be a good take at that point. Like, and the reality is you don't have to have a third support. You can do things like Fragment of 2004. So. Loading? The only loading that should be on this banner should be Anastasia, so. Ruler Artie? Mm-hmm. I don't think that's a new one, though. Literally everyone in Buster, yeah, pretty much. Not everyone, though, interestingly enough. I love your Zhang Zhu. Again, I'm sorry if I butcher that name every single time I say it. I'm sure I literally probably make every Chinese person in the chat cringe when I say it. But yeah, honestly, the thumbnails have been really good. Shout out to my boy Okayist who's been doing them. They are much improved over the ones I was doing. Don Quixote video comes tomorrow? No, it's already out. I got that one and Zhang out today. Don Quixote was in the morning, Zhang was in the afternoon. Sorry, I was told on one of the comments today that it's actually like Zong. Okay, actually that is the double, so we won't pop another ticket there. So far, just one, basically, yeah, I was gonna say, basically just 31 quartz at this point is the equivalent of what I've spent. Yeah, I wish Summer Tomoe would actually get some love. I feel like they knew Muramasa was coming when they designed Summer Tomoe, and they kept her very, like, you know, safe. But at this point, they could, you know, they could give her 30%. Heck, they could give her 50% charge. She wouldn't outperform Muramasa. So, like, I think they really should probably give her something just to make her a little bit easier. Whether it be 3 turn on the arts up or again give her charge. I think both those would help her out. Yeah, exactly. I think the 1 turn arts up is so oof nowadays. Just about everybody has 3 turn buffs, so when you're a unit that only has 1 turn buffs, feels bad, man. Summer Tomoe is a buster unit disguised as an arts unit. Disguised as another dude. She's, as I like to say, I love girls with big crits. And she is definitely one of them. Do you like that they brought back the rerun? Yeah, no, I'm fantastically happy with this because they basically had dropped all reruns, and this one, this is not one of the ones I voted for. I believe I voted for Summer 7 and I think Grail Live because I was hoping we would get more costumes for Grail Live, but Summer 6 would have been a very close, like, 3rd place. So I'm very happy with this one. I do think the Lilim Harlot one's probably not the best choice, but the only reason that I say that is because I had faith that Draco was going to get another banner. I knew it would happen. I knew it would happen eventually, and it was probably going to happen soon. But I think with the GSSR situation and the fact that they had left her off it, people were understandably, like, impatient. And so that's why everyone voted for it. Yeah, this is also, so in particular, this is the first summer event that never got a rerun. So this is one that everyone kind of wanted back. It was a miniature lotto. It had Ocean Flyer in it, which is a really good see. It had Da Vinci, who's not part of the Evocation Festival yet. So this one is a really good pick. Yeah, I hope at some point during the event we get, like, Blue Comma as a skin, or we get, like, someone else on my Twitter was saying we get an upgrade to Summer Canis, and I would love to see that. Summer Canis could use some love. Like, even if they just gave her, like, the 20% charge that her Lancer had, I think that would help her out. Yeah, no buffs. No buffs so far. I'm hoping, like, maybe in week 2 or week 3 we get something. Give me the other Summer Kama outfits? Sure. Yeah, no, I do plan to farm this event some. It has meteor shards in it at minimum, plus, you know, shells, even though we've already had a shell lotto on JP. But my JP especially out of the boxes could use meteor shards and dragon reverse scales. Oh my god, do I need dragon reverse scales on JP? Like, it's funny because if you're like a day 1 player, you don't need them at all. But if you started basically after year 1, dragon reverse scales just suck. But, like, year 1, it was basically dragon reverse scales and Hearts of the Foreign God were pretty much all you had as a gold mat. Archer, is this going to be Anastasia? Let's go. All right, so we finally got the missing unit on this banner at least. This kind of makes it worth it. Hello, Steezy, how's it going? Almost every unit uses reverse skills. No, not every unit, but there definitely are a ton. The Draco event was a mission event? Yeah. Yep, this one is it's basically just a treasure hunting one. And like I said earlier, just keep in mind that the Sink Deeper Sea, the Van Gogh Sea, you can only really run 2 MLBs of it, because once you go beyond 100%, you don't get any benefit. Because it's just a modifier to the drop rate. Just finished dinner and it was boyfriend approved? Nice. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. It's a quick saber? Mm-hmm. Just not the right one. But now I love it. Yeah, no, I mean, I still have kind of issues with it, but I can still accept the design we got, right? Like, I think the Draco design is still good. It's just one of those things where, like, yeah, I think a lot of people were hoping for the, super naked, bloody one. Unbelievable. Didn't get it the first time around. Get 2, like, back to back. Another one. We're rolling. Yes. Yes, we are. Yeah, I mean, not having the 4 stars at NP5 is definitely another, like, benefit to me actually rolling here. So. We Roland? No, we're not naked. I'm not allowed to strip on Twitch. I'm sorry. Or YouTube, for that matter. Although I think I could, like, classify it as artistic nudity somehow. You think the Aniplex account binding system is good, or should they have given more ways of recovery, like social media, etc.? I think it's fine. I do understand that people probably want the social media binding, but I 100% understand that Aniplex is greedy, and that's entirely why it is set up the way it is. So to me, as long as we have some other way for people to not lose their account when they do transfers, I think that's good. So it's like I can nitpick it, but to me it's I'm fine with the fact that we just have it in the first place. Hopefully it comes to NA soon. Single said they're working on other means of binding via social media or SNS. I hadn't seen that, but if that's the case, good, right? I think more options is always better. So, have you done it yet, or are you still waiting? I have not done it yet. I walked you guys through it on stream, but I have not actually, like, sat down and done it myself. Which is funny because I showed off my transfer code on stream on accident and had to immediately go and, like, scramble to make a new one. Choices picked from the survey is good. Yeah. I'm really hoping that we actually get, like, the download campaign soon on JP and get some much needed quality of life. I'm gonna tell you flat out, guys, the one that I'm really waiting on at this point is FP rolling. Like, the longer they go without giving some sort of quality of life to rolling out my FP, the more likely I am to just stop rolling and stop grail casting on JP. And that'll be, as somebody that has played the game for years and years and years, that's going to be the first time that I ever willfully abstained from any content that the game had. So, like, I'm really, really hoping that with the download campaign or anniversary this year on JP, that they do something with regards to this. If they do nothing, I'll probably be done. We need mana prism conversion. I mean, I don't think we do. Like it would be a nice thing to have as somebody that has like 300,000 mana prisms on my NA account, but I think the downside is if they allow us to convert all of our mana prisms, then all of a sudden we are back to square one with the same issue of not having any mana prisms. So. Into the conspiracy board for picking this year's GSSR. Yeah, I did see some people were saying like, "Oh no, I actually like burned the seas. I didn't think we were getting any more reruns." To be fair, chat, the devs never said you weren't getting more reruns. They even said like, "We're not going to be doing them as often." Was the actual terminology that they used. And I did point this out to people because everybody started parroting, "Oh, we're not getting any more reruns anymore, CAD." Then I was like, well, they never said that, and here's an example of where they actually did do another rerun after saying that. But then we did. We went like, basically like a year and a half without a rerun. So it's you could argue it's the devs' fault for doing it that way, but I'd still say like in general, it's a good idea to hoard your old craft essences and not to get rid of them, especially if you have like limited CEs, MLBs of them. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Do 4-stars affect what GSSRs you pick? No, never. Like if I had a hard choice or a hard time making up my mind between two choices, sure. But like if it was, hey, is this the reason I'm gonna roll this GSSR is for the 4-star? No, that seems asinine, honestly. Because it's like you're letting a 4-star dictate your 5-star pick. And you're not guaranteed to get the 4-star you want. Nerofest rerun was our hint. Yeah, I mean. And then Carnimus just plopped in and was like, sup. Right, and this is why like I don't ever get egg on my face with things like that, is because you'll never see me sit there and be like, oh yeah, we're never getting one ever again. Like I might say something to the equivalent of like, yeah, they haven't run one in a long time. Probably Anastasia again. Holy crap. Double-sided archer. Yep. Now I'm NP3 Corday and NP3 Anastasia. What the hell? But, yeah, no, you might hear me say something to the effect of like, oh, man, we haven't had a rerun in a long time. I don't know. Maybe the devs might never do one ever again. Right? Like, you might hear me like hypothesize something like that, but I'll never state it as a fact. Because it's always been a tool that the devs can use. Based off 4-stars, but since the 4-star is extra class, I still have options on which extra class banner. Sure. I assume the 4-star you're after that at that point is Gorgon? Let's keep at least 1 C per rarity from each event. Yeah. Yep. I think it's just smart to do so. Usually I'm a 3 MLB guy. I like to keep 3 MLBs of things. If you didn't roll, obviously there's something to be said about that, but I need to review my GSSR options for this year. You guys know me. I basically don't bother because it's such a like difficult time for me to pick one anyways. Usually it's try to pick which one gives me the least odds of a USO. But that's why I said like the 4-star is almost never the consideration. But again, that's me as a whale. So like you guys as a free to play, I mean, I'd still say it's probably not smart to pick based off the 4-star, but at least like you will have way more open options for what to go after. Has JP permanently reduced the cost of storm pods during events now? I was pointing that out earlier on stream. I don't actually know if that's the case. All right, chat, it's going to take me a minute here because I probably got to like switch my account over and stuff to JP, but we're going to go buy some quartz. I've also got to like load up some quartz. So let me go farm some free quests. Did that's just... Hold on, chat. If I'm rolling, I almost always MLB them. What? CEs? That's presumptuous. I mean, unless you roll a ton, right? Like... Okay, got the account switched. Tried to send me a verification code and it just went through anyways. I'm not sure if I should be amused by that or terrified, but... Okay, I thought so. We are on a cruise. We are... JP, it is now cheaper to buy a pack on JP than NA. That is... mucho bene. Okay, now it's coming in. Sorry, the first time I do this, if I haven't switched before stream, which I totally forgot to, it takes a hot minute. Okay. Waiting on the capture card. There we go. All right, continued. Once you get away from USD, JP becomes way cheaper than NA. It's been that way for like a year, but usually if you're buying like iTunes gift cards like I am, there's still a markup on them. But it's now like so cheap comparatively that it's actually cheaper than just straight buying a pack on NA, which is nice. An A pack cost me €100. Oof. What do you mean switching for these? So I have, I basically have to have, because I'm iPhone, I have to have 2 different accounts. So I have to switch between them. Do you always buy the largest pack? Yeah. It's the best bang for your buck to do so. £30 cheaper for me? Damn. NA packs are $140 for me, which sucks. Is that Australian? That sounds awful if that's the case. New Zealand, okay. I figured it was that area of the world. Before NA went global, a pack was only 64 euros. Yeah. Taxes, yep. I'm very beneficial, very much the beneficiary of living in Florida and not having an internet sales tax on everything. So like my packs are actually $80 and not $80 plus tax, which is, ooh, God, that's definitely saved me some money over the years. I think Summer 6 will replace one of the JP Lottos. No, because there's probably, even after these two reruns, there is enough time to run one event before anniversary, probably. So we'll see. That might be a lotto. That's what I'm thinking it is. But it's also possible that it could be something like early summer, who knows what, or maybe the summer rerun. Maybe we get 2 summer reruns. It's happened twice for people in the UK. Yeah. I was going to say, technically NA was always global, right? True, we need summer 7 2 more times for Valkyrie copies, which is funny because if summer, like if the Valkyries go into the Evocation Festival, at that point you assume you'll be able to buy them all. So I don't see that we will ever get like a rerun and a main interlude. I feel like you won't be able to get all 3 until it's Evocation, but yeah, I mean at least a rerun would get you another copy. We're having a third collab, so 3 summers doesn't sound crazy. Wait, what do you mean by a third collab? Obviously, I know the first 2, but amazing that so many people can keep up with multiple accounts. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I were not a content creator, if I were just a player of the game, I would not play JP. I would only have my NA account. I would not play JP. Oh, hi, totally not Ksco. That might be like my 3rd or 4th Wizard Marshal on JP. Wish it was a Black Grail. That would be better, but Cope Scope indeed. The OK Scope. Why didn't Lasengle think about putting reruns in dead periods last year? So, man, how deep into the conspiracy hole you want to get? I assume they did, right? And I just assume that there is at least some truth to their statement that doing reruns is harder than people think it is. People think doing a rerun is just copy paste. It is not just copy paste. I know that. I can tell you that. But I think people assume that doing a rerun is just easy and they don't have to do anything and it's just like flipping a switch on and off or copy paste. The reality is there probably is quite a bit of work they have to do a rerun. But where I find fault with this is that they said it's almost as difficult as doing an actual event from scratch. I don't agree with that. I think that's full of shit. So it's like they're right in that it's harder than people think. They're wrong to try and claim it's just as hard as doing an actual event. Don't they already have the event code? They do, but usually they have to at least like test it on the new patch, right? Like who knows what type of bugs are in there. And I assume they also have to add things to an event, right? Like this is why they make it a light event. So they got to tweak numbers. They got to like add things that weren't there before, like in the case of coins. So I'm not going to say it's not more work. I'm sure it is. It's more work than people realize it is. But it's not as difficult as doing an actual event, and I see through that dev speak. As somebody that's been playing video games for decades, I've seen devs say a lot of things over the years. That is definitely one that does not pass the smell test. Because again, you got to think about all the work that goes into creating an actual event. Rerunning it means not doing it all from scratch. So there's just no way in hell that's true. That being said, I think the idea behind that is probably that their bottleneck is on the like engineering side of things and not like the writing and art side of things. So it's probably their way of saying that like they can just as easily do a new event because the bottleneck is still the same, which is a different way of saying that. And I could see that being the case. Sturge, thank you for the 61. Their code base must be an absolute nightmare. It probably is. How many decades have I been playing for? Well, that would be telling. But I can tell you that I have been playing video games since I was like 5 years old. Probably even earlier than that. But 5 is the first time that I know I was playing video games. Making it work on the current game version, that's the problem. Exactly. Loading? Chat, loading will not be anything. I have every unit on this banner now. I have every CE on this banner. So it's just lag loading. Been playing video games since the Commodore 64 days. Nice. I did see chat on Twitter. They were saying that Winamp became open source. Y'all remember Winamp, right? Yes, this is a test. Loading is a lie. It's loading, then connecting. That's the money. Yep. I do, but I'm a boomer. You're not a boomer. Well, at least I can't say that. I don't know your age, but like, you're probably not a boomer. You're just what the youngins refer to as a boomer. Caster. Oh, right. There is a caster on this banner. I totally forgot she was here. Sweet. NP4 of Corday. I was like, man, what? This has got to be a spook. And then it's like, no, it's not a spook. It's actually Corday. That's what seeing 3 Anastasias in a row will do to a man. Yeah, we haven't had an Arcuid banner yet. That's my current guess for what if we get a 30 million downloads campaign, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Arcuid now, because we know we're getting Draco and Tiamat with the rerun, so they were the other two that it was very likely. I think Avalon has pointed out before that Yang, I think, is like 2 years now without a banner. So it could be something like her, but I doubt she's the poster child for the 30 million. But it could be a thing. They'd find the libraries and the code is built upon changed enough that they would have to redo vast swaths of it. Yeah, you guys got to also remember, right? So like they're going to be updating to the new Unity version. I am sure that changes the base code of the game some. Maybe not entirely, but probably anything that interacts with that code probably becomes a problem. So. You don't have Tame Tomo on JP yet? No, I don't. Interestingly enough. Tame Tomo is not a bad unit. Tame Tomo is unfortunately an AoE 50% charging Buster Archer, which means he is another one. So it's like, that's the problem he has, is he's just literally in competition with all the other AoE Buster Archers. And the interesting part is, because of the way his charge works, in a 3-turn environment with double Koyan, he's the equivalent of a 30% charger. His charge works really weird, so. Yeah, he works like a 30%, but he actually has 50% in his kit. His MP is so cool. It is. His MP is actually, to me, like the coolest thing about him. It just looks fucking badass. But that I think is his big issue, is like, a lot of people I think just looked at him and said, I don't need this. Like, I think this is sort of the issue that FGO has as it gets older and goes down the stretch here is people want the older units to be improved because they're their favorites. And so usually when you release an archer like that into a category, into like its AoE and its buster. Chat, do you know how many AoE buster archers there are? I think last I counted it was like 7. And that's just SSRs. It might be 6, but I may be So it's like throwing one into that, it's just not a good idea. Okay, so let's see. So Gilgamesh. Why is this? Huh? What the heck is going on with the zoom on this? There we go. Okay. Gilgamesh, Tesla, Arjuna, Ishtar, Napoleon, Tametomo. So it's 6. Yeah, so there's 6 including Tametomo, right? So prior to Tametomo, there were 5. And that's kind of the problem. Is like by that point of the game, most people have already made up their mind for like who they want, right? So it usually just ends up being a case of like, all right, but I already have the unit that I want. I don't need more, right? No. I don't think time could pass us by. Boo. Too bad. Chad, if I don't mind meme songs, but if they're bad enough that I don't like them, they get automatically skipped. Ever just keep on song requesting it? That won't matter. I'll still keep skipping it. And I can actually block a song, chat. I haven't ever done it, but I can do it if chat wanted to be belligerent. Okay, let's see. I've queued worse. Yeah, people have definitely queued worse than that. This is not a hill to die on. This one will not take me nearly as long, chat. Huh? That was weird. I hate when that happens. I said it was gonna take as long, and then this crap keeps happening to me where it like doesn't take. Sorry, every once in a while, my iTunes account does this where like you put in the password and it just spins. It does not want to actually accept it. It's not that I'm typing the password wrong, it's that it just doesn't like it. It is a thing that only happens with my JP though. Now it went through. Same password. Like, I tried it like 7 times. Okay. Here we go, chat. Coming back in. Still didn't take me as long, but I like how Archer John is still directly comparable to the AoE Arts Archers in terms of damage. Not really. Like, Durga, like, if you're talking out of niche, sure, right? But Durga basically at this point is like a huge step up for Arts Archers. I don't know about the Buster ones necessarily, but like, I mean, what just makes John good is the ability that, like, you know, you're using Black Grail, you know you're going to hit hard because of it. The only issue is it hard enough? And if it's not hard enough, it probably just means either you basically are taking on content that is just so bloated in health that, like, it wasn't gonna matter, or like essentially you're just like NP level checked by the game at that point. But I would love to see Jarcher get some sort of NP interlude. She doesn't necessarily need it, but it would help her keep up with some of the other units. We go to players in Limsa and demand head paths. Oh, I just punt Limsa. Sorry, not Limsa. Lalafels. So if you play the human Highlander, especially the female, one of the emotes, like their frustrated emote, is them like kicking the ground, and so I would just walk up to Lalafels and spam that. I'm sorry for any Lalafell players out there, but it was hilarious. You monster, yep. Listen, chat, sometimes you just gotta do it. Now that I'm here, he shall get the rainbow sparks. Damn it, Bob. Is that Peter Griffin? You know, I'm not sure what this one is, but it doesn't sound nearly as ear rapey. And I think it's because this song is already very high-pitched. I call Tometomo Tomato because that's the first thing that came to mind when I looked at his name. I just usually call him Tometomo. Ara was my go-to race. I played an Ara for a while. The going to a dungeon run with all Lalafels? Okay, but like then you forgot the second part where like you let them do the pull and then you just don't heal them. So, chat, I just want to say, canonically, okay, it's okay to hate Lalafels because they don't have souls. And you know this. Here's how you know. If you're ever playing Final Fantasy XIV, go look in a Lalafel's eyes. You'll see what I mean. There's no soul there. Healing, you mean holy spam, right? Yeah, but the problem with holy spam, Ern, is that you might stun the enemies and draw aggro on yourself, thus preventing damage from being done to the Lalafels and potentially drawing it to yourself. Is this propaganda? No. You must be talking about the Dusk Lalas, yes. To be fair, I don't even think it's necessarily the Dusk Lalas. I think it's any Lalafell can have that eye set. Some of them do, some of them don't. But yeah, some Lalafells, like, they just don't have a pupil in their eye. And so it just looks like that, like, blank eye. And it looks like they have no soul, so... Did they improve them to give them a soul? I have no idea. Yeah, Lalafell, as more people used to call them, is basically a potato. It's like a Mr. Potato Head. Like my friend used to call them popatos. We are adorable. Sure. I remember when I very briefly dabbled in 14, I made a Lalafell because I thought they looked cute. They are, like, to a degree, but they're also, like, unnerving to some degree as well. Like, I think the thing that I don't like about them is that they're very childlike. So it's like, I guess it depends on your stance on children, whether or not you like interacting with children in any way, shape, or form. Because to me, some children are perfectly fine. Others are annoying, and I don't want to deal with them. You now hate gnomes? Why do you hate gnomes? They look and act like kids, pretty much. They quite literally throw temper tantrums when they get angry. Well, not all of them have deep voices, but some of them do. Yeah, these rolls are not going too hot now. We're barely keeping up on the 4-star average, and we are definitely behind on 5-star now. Gnomes or dwarves? Dwarves are great. All the Cs. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't really need the Cs, so. Are you going to play the new expansion to Final Fantasy XIV? No, because I didn't play the last one. And I only played Shadowbringers to the extent that I played through the main story, leveled up my samurai, leveled up my dragoon, and then said, fuck this, I'm out. Like, after... Basically, I leveled up my samurai really fast, had nothing to do, so I immediately turned around, leveled up my next favorite class. Still, there was nothing to do, and I said, like, I'm good. I don't need this. I'll go play some other games. And that's when I started playing FGO. Actually, no, I was playing FGO before that point, but I got to clear my ultimate, and I can safely say I can leave the game happy. Yeah, the ultimate fights were really like the only things that I hadn't done in that game at the time. And I just like, I didn't care to spend, like at the time, nobody was really like pugging ultimates, and it was just like, oh, hey, try to find the right group and then go in there and grind day after day for like a month and hope that you kill it. And I was like, nah, I don't need time wasting. It's weird, right? Like, the older I've gotten, the less I've wanted my time wasted by MMOs. I can still find the gameplay loop of an MMO fun, but, like, the second I hit that, like, in-game grind where it's like, bro, now you gotta, like, sit down and grind for thousands of hours, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Like, I got my enjoyment out of the leveling process, out of using the cool skills, out of experiencing the dungeons. The second I hit that in-game, it's not fun anymore. Right now, I just don't have the time for it. Yeah, that's pretty much me as well. And I think like it's just naturally contrary to me being a content creator. That being said, why I am the content creator that I am for FGO comes entirely because I played MMOs for like 2 decades. So like it translated very well. And I have no doubt that if I ever went to go play an MMO again, I could very easily become a good content creator for an MMO. But God, I just don't want to. You gonna play the new Hades game? I already beat the new Hades game. I beat the main boss, and I also beat the surface. So at this point, I can still keep going, but I kind of want to like wait for them to do more patches and stuff. One player was a gnome, and we visited a gnome village and went to an evil gnome dungeon. I got so pissed, and now I hate gnomes. Well, it's easy. Just burn the gnome village. I need to play the new Hades. New Hades is great. If they added Maxwell Demon to FGO, how do you think his kit would look? I have no idea. I don't know enough about Maxwell's Demon, though. You can just go back when a Final Fantasy 17 MMO releases. Yeah, it would be 17, wouldn't it? It's funny because I think we know that they're working on the next one. I did see there's some news out there that I guess they reformed Creative Business Unit 3 into Creative Studio 3, which is at least like, I guess it's a sign that Square Enix not only is reshuffling, but that they're actually like making the whatchamacall, like making the changes that they're saying, right? You could be the quick support we need. Everyone could be the quick support we need. Maybe that's why we don't have them. Just waiting on updates and story. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way, Shadow. I'll get you to look into Ashes of Creation eventually. I'm aware of it. My problem was I saw some of the early alpha footage and I thought it just looked like ass. So that's why like I haven't been very interested in it. When it starts getting closer, let me know and I'll take more looks at it. Because I know like Ashes of Creation's problem is that it's basically like Kickstartered, so it's just taking a long time for them to do what they want. But I'm not like, as somebody that's played MMOs for years, I'm not opposed to playing an MMO. And I actually feel like it's also part of the reason that like, you know, again, like I was able to translate into being a content creator is like needing to like build a community and stuff is a thing you got to do in MMOs too. So I think that really did help. And I as many bad things as I have seen come out of MMOs that I've had to experience, I still have a lot of fond memories. There's a lot of like good things that I'm just super proud of from my MMO days. So I'm not like completely opposed into like trying out a new MMO or anything. I just make no promises that I would stick with it. Yeah, my money's on Abe no Seimei. The Alpha 2 is going to be in a few months, Q3 of this year. Interesting. I do know, chat, don't we have Wuthering Waves coming out next week? I think it's like 5 days or something. Woo-wah? Not Wawa? Or not Wamu? Is it? Wow, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's kind of weird because they said I think they got like 30 million pre-registrations now, but like it's really weird because to me I have not seen nearly as many people talking about it. I have not seen it promoted to hell and back like some of the other ones. Which may be a good thing in all honesty. Like I think that's part of the problem with a lot of these games. They either get overhyped or like they just literally like carpet bomb you. Cad, stop talking about JP Boogeyman. Wait, who? Thousand Year Door remake is next Thursday. Thousand Year Door. I feel like I've heard of that before, but I don't know what it is. Pretty sure they rushed to release before ZZZ. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I think ZZZ is gonna be ZZZ. Anastasia again. Wow, this is just. Oh, Paper Mario. Okay, yeah, thank you. I was like, I knew I had heard that term before. Now we have NP4 Anna and NP4 Corday. Feels like Wuthering Waves just disappeared from people's minds. I think it's because it's kind of a known quantity now, and a lot of people criticized it during its beta for being basically a Genshin clone. So we'll just see. Sar, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate it, my man. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome to the weekend. Desire sensor be hidden, cat, at the moment? Listen, chat, if I have to, I will rip this out of the game. And that is probably... I didn't want to say it, but yeah, MP5, so there you go. Now Anastasia made it. How kind was Okitan to Cat on an A? She was pretty kind to me on an A. Yeah, if I have to, I will literally rip it out of the gacha with a hard pity. I just don't want to have to. You went from like NP0 to NP5? I did. Now we just need a core day and we'll have completed the set. I wonder if it'll at least be better than Tower of Fantasy. I guarantee you it will be better than Tower of Fantasy. Just because it's run by an actual dev that has experience. Like the dev for Wuthering Waves is the dev that does PGR, so I am sure that it will at least to a degree be decent, right? Whether or not it will be anything more than a Genshin clone, I think remains to be seen, but we'll just have to see, right? Supposedly they responded to player feedback. I don't know though, because again, like I said, chat, I'm part of their content creator program, and I'm not even sure that I'm going to check the game out. Why? Because I didn't get any of the beta invites. And I'm like, what the fuck? What's the point of being part of your content creator program if I don't get a beta invite? PGR, not PDR. I'm just going pack to pack though, chat, because I don't want to have to spend more on this than I have to. There we go. Okay, that one was fast. Scared for summer in NA? Sure, I get that. He'll surely get the SSR within 900 courts, calling it now. Yeah, right at 900. Master of Saber, call forth your skill. True. This one is not going according to plan. Kind of wild. Did I cook today? No, and that may be my problem. I did not do my normal set of catalysts. I might skip Tamatomo. Like I said, you don't have to have Tamatomo. There's no reason that you have to have him if you have some of the other AoEs, but I'm not going to say he's a bad unit. I mean catalysts? Yes. My skill's on cooldown? It feels that way right now. This will be the first time I think I've hit pity on a saber though. They're talking about all the different types of Odin you're gonna get to fix. That's true. I mean, I definitely will be trying out some new food because like I'll be on vacation, so I'll probably try to clean my my kitchen up and see if I can get back to cooking. At least some. Okitan is mad that you unlocked her useless append instead of mana loading. Yeah, I'm aware. But we have the Daishori catalyst. How good is Huyin Zhou? She's pretty good. Like, she is a quick AoE looping assassin, so nothing wrong with her. It's just, again, if you don't feel strongly about quick, then, well, your mileage may vary at that point, right? The mad one would be Rengoku, probably. Probably. Did you just request the song that I think? Yes, you did. Ice, why? This is going to be so many players getting the 800 plus Sanquarts at anniversary, just not quite enough Sanquarts to get pity. Yeah, I mean, as long as people save up, though. Like, the problem is, they're not going to get 800 plus. You're only going to get 800 plus if you've done everything. Excuse me, if you've done everything to get 800 plus. If you've rolled all the units, if you've completed all the milestones. So you'll get a lot, but you won't necessarily get the max. You skip Neko Arc, but this stands? No, it's just here if you would wish to song skip. I'll get 450 Sanquarts from Annie. Nice. Gold orbs. Finally, let's go. No. Anna, why? I know it's goddamn hot. Oh, there you go. Kazari redeemed. See, chat? At some point, I gotta farm you. Oh, yes, the three-way. $120 Anna incoming? Nah. I hope not, right? At least I hope I don't get that many copies. Though I won't be upset over getting rare prisms, right? Like, my JP account doesn't get nearly as many as my NA. Just watching the video from that on the side just makes me laugh. And there he is, the caster you guys are going to be getting this this next week here on NA. Keep seeing Gura's face. Oh no, even when it came out like 2 years ago, we all pointed out that it basically was that. I have 1.6 million points. You're not doing a good job. You're also not spending your points. So it's like, it is what it is. I would Final Ascension everybody if they didn't all require feathers and pages. Well, we did have feathers come out of several of the lottos and pages. So... Gamba, indeed. For me, my bones have been the bane of my existence in terms of mats blocking me from ascending, folks. Yeah, everybody has like this bottleneck material that holds them back, and then once you get beyond it, you're usually good. Because you've had enough time at that point to work on other stuff. Let's go. Okay, at least we got MP5 Corday. I use Corday quite a bit on my JP account, so getting more of her is definitely not like bad. Unfortunately, we're just not getting a saber. Please, game. Game, please. No. Anna, why? A bottleneck? Yes. Spark. Wrong saber. I know you look like you're at the beach, Fergus, but I want a different saber that's at the beach. Cries a large amount of the new bronze mats. Yes, he does. To be fair, though, like, after this initial wave of Traum units, there's not really that many people that require it. So it's like, you're going to farm what you need for these units, and then it's just going to kind of be, like, done. Pretty bad rolls. It happens. Listen, this is why when chat gets upset with me because I luck sack, I just don't care. Because for every time I've luck sacked, there's also an equal and opposite time that I have not. No! Anna, what the fuck? So, and that's the other thing. Everyone's like, oh, Cad, you got so lucky. It was a dual rate up. You don't realize how lucky you got. Oh, I do. Believe me, I do. Most of the time when I have a dual rate up just like this, I basically get fucked. Like, I usually end up getting the thing I don't want. Every multi gets an Anna? Yeah. I mean, at this point, I would take at least 4-star spooks. I smell a longbow incoming. At least it would be an SSR. Like, low-key, if we go all the way to 900 and that's the only SSR we get, damn, those were bad rolls. Because by 900, you should have 3. Sometimes he gets multiple. Like I said, it be what it be. It'd be such a waste getting your past MP5 otherwise, yeah. I thought I recognized this. You do. Ken, are you 100 degrees because you're goddamn hot? Thank you. I appreciate that compliment, and I'm going to choose to believe that you actually think I'm hot rather than thinking that it's a Anastasia reference. But say 600 Saint Courts, not including tickets for this event, trying to get Anna and never got her. Oof. Yeah, like I said, the first time I rolled, I didn't get her at all. I had 3 copies of Corday and never saw even the collection copy. So, any SR spooks? No, not at all so far. Like, I mean, the summary is up there at the top that Torax posting at the top of chat and on Twitch, but like, it's 8 summer Annas and 2 summer Cordays. That is all we have gotten. So right now we're a little bit ahead on 4 stars. We've actually gotten like 10 4-stars in 630 courts, but like we're due in for, at this point, we should be at 2 SSRs on average. Which, when you consider that, we're not very far ahead. At least the rate up is working. True. Three Annas, no Charlottes. Yeah, no, that's, like I said, this is, that sort of result is exactly why people have issue at this point with like the split rate ups, because it used to be pre-pity that like you would have one banner, or sorry, a banner that like rotated. So there'd be a day where it was just one of the 4 stars on rate up, and then a day where it'd be just the other one. So that like if you rolled day 1 where they're both on rate up and you got like 5 copies of one and maybe like 1 copy of the other and you wanted more, you could just wait until that day and roll and be guaranteed that you would at least get some, right? So that was kind of the issue that people had, is when Pity came in, they stopped doing the rotational banners, and it kind of sucks. Split rate up sucks balls, yeah. The good news is we no longer have split rate up on SSRs, which was even worse, so. Hello, Katana. Yeah, exactly. How many Okitas do I have? I only have 1 Okitan on JP. Do you think they would add a rarity above SSR? There is a lot of theories surrounding a particular character, but we will see. I don't know, right? I'm not going to say they couldn't. I'm not going to say they won't. I'm just going to say I don't think they will. Six-star Berserker? No, it's just a theory that at some point... Oh, that's new. Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely don't have that one. It's just a theory that at some point we might get a certain unit because we saw a level that is currently higher than the cap that is in the game. So that's basically the entire basis of it. If the current level cap in the game is 120 and we saw a unit higher than that, then that means that there's a possibility that something like that might be the reason, that it might be a higher rarity, right? It's level 150, right? Yeah, basically. And I don't really want to talk about that for spoiler reasons, but like the whole point is there is a theory that at some point we might get a 6-star. I'm not sure that that's what that means though, right? Like, so you can see where like I'm not really ready to commit to something like that. We'd have pity for SR. I think they don't have to give us pity for SR if they would like bring the rotations back, but yes, like basically what I'm trying to say is I would rather them change pity to allow for rotations rather than them needing to implement another pity for 4 stars. But either way, I don't care. They just probably need to do something. They have tweaked the 4-star rates, especially on split rate ups, in order to like try and alleviate that. And it hasn't alleviated in the slightest because people still get absolutely wrong looked. Right. And I was saying that, Dark, that one of the possibilities might be that everybody across the board gets an increase to their level cap. So like maybe like instead your natural cap for SSRs would be 120 rather than 90. Your cap for an SR would be 110 instead of 80. Your cap for a 3-star at that point would be 100. Your cap for a 2-star would be 95, and your cap for a 1-star would be 90. And that would actually allow people to handle, like, especially at the lesser rarities, like more nodes. So I'm not really sure if they want to do that, but considering like it's a games as a service type of game and they need to keep it alive down the stretch, one of the easy ways to do it is not quite to have a hard reboot, but to at least have a big like rebalancing, so to speak. And one of the easiest ways to have a like wipe the slate clean, rebalance everything is to raise the level caps. That would actually like pretty much change things because everybody scales a little bit differently. So they would have to kind of start over from scratch again. And that would allow for, the devs to maybe do some different stuff the second time around. But we'll see, right? And it would be better than like saying, oh, hey, here's FGO2. You no longer have any of your old units. So that might be one way that they could handle it. But we'll see, right? We'll see what they do down the line. So far, nothing like that has been the case on JP. Chat, are you going to do the impossible and think the unthinkable? Are you going to row fight that power? All right, now on to the next pack. We are, chat, full speed ahead, maximum steam. We are headed straight with no brakes on this train towards pity. Do the impossible, see the invisible. Would that take away Grailed increases on our servers? No, that's what I'm saying. Is it would probably like, so if you think about it right now, you can Grail every unit up to 100, and then the system only starts at 120 going to higher. So if the new cap for an SSR was 120, you could Grail them up to 130, and then another 20 levels would be what cost you the coins, and that would be your 150. So 150 would be the new highest possible cap in the game. And it would probably just carry your grails at that point. So like it would be a system where grailed levels are basically like independent of normal levels. Do you think that we'll ever get another Shielder class servant? No. No, there's plenty of people out there that have hypothesized that we might. I don't think we do. And the reason I don't think we do is because it's one, they haven't done it already to this point, but two is the fact that it's very difficult to overcome a completely free unit. Like, everybody has MASH. She costs 0 party cost. And she does have a pretty good kit, despite what people say defensively. So it would make it really tough. You would just have to, like, try to sell the character rather than the unit. Unmoving. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, never mind. Unwelcome. Thank you to whichever mod sniped that fast. Yes, my ban of the month, indeed. Yeah, you gotta fight that power. You gotta snipe the unsnipeable. Do you think there will ever be a 5-star MASH? Yes, I do. I think MASH will turn into a 5-star. Like, full stop. I think by the end of the game, MASH is a 5-star and is probably like max grailed levels and all this stuff. Like, when I say 5-star, I mean like, I think she'll be the equivalent of whatever the max level is in the game. And we probably have her bond go uncapped at that point. And I've said this before that, like, regardless of the story of the Master and humanity, there is the subplot of MASH. And if you really think about it, MASH's journey is her journey to becoming a real servant, right? Like a servant of her own repute. Such that I assume that by the end, she will not be, you know, I don't want to say it, I guess, for spoiler for anyone that's new to the game, but she will not be, you know, somebody that is like inhabited by a certain somebody, and she will instead be herself. She like MASH Kyrie Light, the servant, the hero, if you will. You think they'll screw us and make our spent grails useless? No, I do not. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Imagine them undoing grails. Oh man, that'd be the fastest way to get a ton of people to quit. No, they won't do that. Grails are still, for better or worse, a limited resource. Even though you have the ability to print 2 every single month, those past grails were very hard earned. And grails in that regard are one of the few things that like veteran players have left over like a newer player. Like your veterancy of you have gotten more grails than somebody else ever can get. Right? So it is a like point of prestige, if you will. Mineral? Oh, dude, I'm not even phased by it at this point. I expect it. We're going mineral all the way to pity. Like, it would take me away from the game. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people would be like, enough's enough. That's stupid, right? Like, I think people are overall still happy with the game. People like FGO, but I think people have settled into it now. They just realize that the game is the way it is, and it's probably like not going to change very much, right? So I think the only problem with that is they've reached the point of acceptance. So like they've been through denial and anger and rage, and they've reached acceptance where like its issues are what they are, and everyone just expects them to be that, and they hope they get fixed, but they don't expect it. The problem with that is if you do something totally asinine, something that flips the script and actually like makes the game worse, that is the easiest way to get people to stop playing, right? I know there were a ton of people that were kind of upset with the way that like ordeal call was implemented. I don't know that it really made any of them quit, but like that's an example of if that had gone worse, it might have. So I think to that degree, they don't want to ever do anything like risk your grails. I think they know that that would be a problem. Coins the friends we made. Yeah, I think, and this is really funny, I think they could actually win so much goodwill back from the community by like just doling out like 2 or 3 changes. One of those would be coins. The other one would be like a change to the pity system to make it better. And the third one would probably be fixing FP rolls. If you do those 3 things, I think the community would just be like, oh, sweet, this game's great. like we don't really have that big of an issue with it anymore. So I think it's those 3 kind of issues that usually tend to get one person or another kind of heated under the collar at them. Account system, we at least have like the ability to sync your account now with the Aniplex store. So like that already is goodish. Hello, Corday. They got people irritated. People do not like storm pods. It's I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but I've seen a ton of people that just, again, they complain about it. They don't like having the 3 runs that they kind of got to do or lose a day. I think that's usually from the crowd of people that just wants to make blue apples constantly, which is the reason why they put storm pods in. But I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I do think, though, that storm pods are, I say this like prior to the realization that we came to earlier in the stream, storm pods were not managed well. If they truly are, with every event going forward, going to half cost storm pods, that helps a ton. That really does. That will actually allow a lot of people to continue to use their storm pods. So it's guaranteed mats and bond gains. Yeah, I know. I like I said, I'm okay with it, but I do know that there are a ton of people that just don't like having that sort of like requirement hanging over them. And it's very much a use it or lose it type thing. Like you can only go 3 days without doing storm pods. Perma have the storm pods AP this Annie? I don't think they'll perma have it. Because again, like Chad has already said, the nodes are built not even at 40 AP. They're almost built at like 60 AP in terms of cost. They're very lucrative nodes. Also, Nusi. There should be 1 blue sapling on a weekly reward. No, they don't want to do that. You want to know why? They don't want you making blue apples anymore. I think they implemented blue apples. It was a good idea, but it was poorly handled because they never put a cap on it. And so as a result, they went like, ah, crap. Now we're just sitting here and we have people that aren't playing the game. They're just making blue apples. And I think they saw that and they said, this isn't good. We need to do something about this. That's where, things like storm pods come from. The reality is if they had just put some sort of cap, either to how many you could hold at any given moment, or to, like, again, maybe you didn't get them all at once. Maybe you didn't have as many seedlings as you did, that it probably would have allowed for a more balanced approach from the players, a more like, make sure you still play every day type of mentality. So I think that's what the devs have been trying to fight. That's why I don't think you'll get more seedlings. Because I think if you run out, you shouldn't run out, right? Like, if you run out, it's both a testament that they didn't give story fast enough, which hasn't really happened yet, or that you are probably making too many blue apples and you're not playing the game. Because again, like the proper efficiency is when there's truly nothing else going on, you do your 3 runs a day for the dailies, and then you make blue apples with the rest of it. So if you're running out of blue apples, it usually means that you're just making too many and you're not even doing your 3 runs a day. That's what I think. Like, they're not going to care about that type of person. They're going to say, like, well, you ran out. Tough. Your AP rots. You snooze, you lose type deal. And I can't really fault the devs for that because their entire goal, it is a live service game. And their entire goal is to keep you playing. Right? But I think that's me trying to look at it from the devs' perspective. I totally understand why people want to make blue apples from the player's perspective. Right? I googled the Storm Pod topic and found his vid explaining it as the first search result. That's funny. Yeah. It's because usually I'm somebody that goes out the second there's a new mechanic, I explain it to people. I didn't make a video about the account linking, but that's because like I wanted to give it some time before I actually did one. Why do you even need to do 3 runs per day? Well, I could show you, but I'm in the middle of rolls. But hold on here. Just 2 more? Yeah, but I gotta buy the pack for it, so I could not buy the max pack, but may as well buy the max pack. It's better. It's all going towards the Draco fund at this point, chat. Hopefully Draco treats me well. Oh, can you imagine if Draco takes me to pity too, chat? It's not unprecedented. I had 1 year where I got pitied back to back on JP. Are you rolling for new JP Summer at this rate? Yeah, because JP Annie will come after all of this, and that'll give me more courts. I just, like, Draco is going to be the last thing I spend money on, basically, this year. Short of a GSSR. Oh, what is this from? Yeah, Grand Blue. Chat, was it this that they're making a season 2 of? That I heard? Yes? Okay. I don't think I ever finished it. I probably need to go back and actually finish. All right. You think Draco still functions well enough at NP1 since she's single target? She does, but there's quite a bit you can't do with her at NP1. Like, that is the only problem I have with her. And that's why, like, at minimum, I want NP2. I've considered going NP5 with her on JP, but I don't know with this now. This has been a long roll session. Partially because I have to keep going and getting the pack, but, like, it's just not been very eventful. Like, in all seriousness, this is a dearth because this is no SSRs in 900 courts. That's oof. Like, it's not like, oh, I got spooked and then had to go to pity. There were no spooks. I'm considering rolling her next year, so I figured I'd ask. Yeah, my recommendation, if you have the money, is go for NP2 at least. I know Bob, for instance, has NP2, and there's been several nodes where I had NP1, Bob had NP2. Bob could do it, I couldn't. So it's been like just barely like, oh man, it's just not consistent if I try it with NP1. Like, not too many, but there have been at least a couple of instances of that. If you did get a SSR spook, it'll be Casterana. On my JP, probably. My JP actually has like NP3 Casterana. But if you got a Supermax LB Black Grail, would you still need NP2? A super max LB Black Grail. So you mean like a super grail? It would certainly help. Like I would get a lot more damage out of that, but I don't know that it would be enough still. Making the pity system not expire until you hit the cap. People would roll for more and buy more Sankorts for sure if they can guarantee a pity. Oh, I've said that before too. Like the fact that pity stops just at the first copy is actually stupid of them. Like they would actually get far more people to go for NP2s if they did. Now, chat, I didn't have to do the multi, but like it's gonna appear on the 9th roll. Let's just go ahead and say that. Yeah, this should be it. The question will be, will it be just a dud gold or will it be rainbow orbs? What do you guys think? No orbs? Bro, I would laugh if it's like, oh, here's a silver. Here's a silver and it sparks. I would be like, what the fuck, man? It's like, fine. I guess you can have the copy. To be fair, chat, if you guys think this is bad, remember, we didn't always have pity. So it's like, it in the past, oh man, it got way worse than this. Pity should always at least be a rainbow. I wish, right? Like, but I have had pities that weren't. Actually, it should be coming up like right here. I don't remember if this is the 8th or the 9th spin. I think this is it because I just saw it pause. That was no orbs. It's just a gold saber. God damn, game. You just didn't want to give me this. Understandable. I was right, yeah. Game just said no. I would laugh if that were an Anna. I would laugh. I'll never hit pity, that's for sure. Hitting pity is not that hard. I feel like a lot of people make way too big of a deal out of it, but it's usually because people end up YOLOing their courts away before they actually save up enough. But it's not that the game is not generous. The game absolutely gives you enough. It usually gives you enough to hit pity at least 3 times in a year. And that's like, you know, you go 0 to hitting pity to 0 to hitting pity to 0 to hitting pity. So usually you have at least 2,700 courts-ish worth in a year. And it's not that bad. But like the problem is people have a tendency to roll multiple times, or they just roll basically the banner of the moment. And it becomes very difficult for people to save. So, but yeah, that was it. It's pity again on JP. Man, my JP account just seems to love pity. I don't know why. But it be what it be. At least this will help me right the wrong. So now finally Okitan will actually be able to loop from 0. Assuming I can bond her enough. And I'm actually going to pretty much... I will probably just use her for the entirety of this rerun, because she'll get more bond that way. And that'll actually really help me out. It really hurts watching pity. It happens. Like I said, the big problem isn't this. The big problem for me, I'm worried about Draco now because we know she's coming. So that's going to be an issue for me with how I handle that. But we shall see nonetheless. So. Now roll again? No. No. I mean, I would have to get another copy in order to guaranteeably get it right now, but I don't really feel like spending the money on it. It's just too much. Where is my NP levels? Those Anna copies, man. So it was 8 Annas in total. And thank you for keeping track, Tarak. Appreciate it. I'm sure it's pretty late there for you. NP5 Draco. I wanted to NP5 her, but now I might just settle for NP2. Because like I'll be able to guarantee that with pity. It really depends on how like JP treats me. But yeah, at least I got the copies for Corday. Will you use Anna? I have a 120 NP5 Squirtoria on JP, so yes, I will. I won't use her very often, but the fact that she's NP5 and the fact that she has 50% charge, she'll get used. That alone is worth. So that was not Daishurikan. Yes, it was. But okay, so and there were no other spooks, right? Everything else is unlocked. Yeah, we got Theseus copies. I should have NP5 of both him and the Sugitani. Sugitani Zenjobu. Yeah, she's not showing up, and there's the two copies there. So if she weren't in P5, her other copy would get pulled to the top. It be what it be. Damn, I'm back to like 100 there. Actually, did I? Oh, I hadn't. Well, I could have gotten at least one more multi out of that, but oh well, that goes towards the Draco savings. Because I didn't do my last tickets because I didn't have enough for another multi, but that would have put me there. And yes, chat, you can see you actually do get a extra like set of gold foe and normal foes now in JP. Actually, man, I just thought about that. That's really nice that we actually have 2 events on JP that are reruns. That's another 2 sets of foes that I probably would not have gotten. So that is really good. What will I do for Draco on an A? Oh, Draco on an A, I'll MP5. NP5 is always a thing on an A. Like, the only way would be if I really got taken to task, but since we pretty much know there'll be another banner, I'm not too worried about that. You still have the daily single to luck out on too. That's true, but that would require me to sit there and keep doing that. Back to NA, chat. He's learned his lesson. Oh, trust me, I know my lesson. But no, I told you guys I don't have enough bond to actually unlock the second append yet. I have to work on that. $2K foe is harder to get than 120. Kind of. I think if you think about it, right? Like the other issue though is to somebody that's frequently playing, you won't really have a hard time getting any of that. But if you're not frequently playing, you will, regardless. I think a lot of this stuff also just boils down to like you just maybe don't have enough in the way of hold on. Okay, yeah, I did do a little bit of FP rolling. I really try to plan my Saint Courts, but it does get hard sometimes. Oh, right. So, chat, this is section 14 that we're going to be starting on Traum here. This is obviously potentially spoiler territory, so this is your fair warning as we're going to be starting right here. Let me kill song request, even though it was the Valstrax theme. I don't need Jet Dragon theme. What's your FP at now, Cad? About 32 million. Yeah, just a tiny bit left. Oh, this is Saberface only, by the way. This is a nice war chest indeed. Yep. If you guys haven't ever watched, we do Saberface only runs of story on NA. It's it's my own self-enforced rule just to make it more interesting. People have definitely said it's like, oh, it's not as hard for you now that Castoria is in the game, and they're not wrong, but the game can still throw some things at me that are very difficult to deal with just the Saberfaces. But even then, I had to fight even to get to the point of being able to use Castoria. The game certainly tried to derail me several times. But we managed to make it. I've only ever used one command seal, and that was on the Shinjuku Doggo. All the way back in Shinjuku. If made inventories larger, FP would hurt a little bit less. It would, but your inventory just naturally bloats to the point of whatever the cap is. I think it'd be better to give us better ways to actually deal with it, right? Imagine Saberface only being ruined because the game forces you to use Sherlock, the single worst 5-star in the game. I hate it. Please bring back Musashi and send him to the Shadow Realm. I don't think Sherlock's the worst 5-star in the game by any means, but I will say, like, yeah, I have like rules with this in mind. They're just self-enforced rules, but one of the things that I've always told you guys is that, like, I don't consider forced supports by the story to be a violation of Saberface only. Because if I did, you simply couldn't do it, right? Like, the challenge would be impossible at face value. There would be no challenge like that would be possible. So you have to, like, you know, I guess take it with a grain of salt. And so the rule that I say is that if the story forces me to use a unit, I try not to use the unit, but I don't consider the run invalid if I have to, because it'd just be way too big of a hurdle to pass up. There's some gimmicks that can only be done with the unit anyways. I feel like feels kind of outdated in the current meta. Sure, I get that, but I mean, so do you realize what Sherlock does that, like, no other unit really does in the game? Yeah, he gives pierce defense and pierce invuln to everybody in the party. And that is at least a very good niche to have, because there's not really anybody else that does that. Smoke a lot of void dust? Yeah, I mean, that too. And as a ruler, especially in like a solo environment or an arts team focused on like critting and defense piercing, he's actually really good still. He's just niche. And like I said, being niche doesn't make you bad. To me, when you're bad, it's probably because it's not just that you're niche, it's that you don't really have any uses. That's a problem. And that's usually something that's just remedied by buffs. Like, and I'm going to be dead honest with you. You can use Constantine. I don't really see any reason to use Constantine. Like, Constantine is very low on my list if I had to, like, think of who are the best 5-stars and who are the worst. I don't really like to sit there and rate them, but Constantine would be down there as, like, I don't really know why you would ever need him type deal. That's why you have a level 1 Sherlock. Yeah, there are some esports Sherlocks, which is really funny. Which he rarely does when he's the force support. Yeah, the game doesn't do a good job of that. And I've said that before too, that like in particular, I felt like with LB5, the game was really bad with force supports. Like, the supports were just stupid in most of the scenarios that they were in. And it was just like, it would have been better to have had a actual counter class unit in some of the cases, just for the simple case of they would have died faster and gotten out of the way. Shout out to Canis, yeah. There's one last factor. According to Moriarty, Khaladia is currently hiding out in the Righteous Realm, and they can't possibly have the manpower to spare to send troops to the Revenge Realm as well. Seems it's time to settle things. Assemble our troops. We're going to march on the Righteous Realm right away. Does amuse me that Semiramis counters Amakusa's buff stripping. Yeah. Canis was the reason I didn't mind tossing a couple stones at the Demeter fight. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say if you have to pop quartz to get through a fight, it is your sign that you need to, like, stop and work on stuff. But Demeter's pretty infamous for that. So, like, I'm gonna say it is possible, absolutely, to make it through with just command seals, but like Demeter is very much geared towards a certain build, and if you don't have that build in your Chaldea, it's very difficult to like get it, right? It just requires you to usually have very good riders, right? Like at least like leveled up, max level skills worked on. I'm not saying it has to be specific riders, it just requires you to have good riders. And not just one, but usually like multiple of them. So for a lot of people, it's a depth issue in their roster. Yeah, it's very choreographed. She basically just always goes in an order on skills. Requesting an audience. That's interesting. How much you guys want to bet that's when Charlie shows up? Oh, if you had Castoria, you already had it easy. Because Castoria was not out when Demeter was out originally. Like that, and I'm not saying like, oh, you cheated or anything like that. I'm just saying like that definitely helps the fight. We've gotten better supports and bulked up my roster. Yeah. LB5 and LB6 were big like cock blocks to people. LB7 To anyone that's playing the game already right now, LB7 will not be a big cock block to you, probably. To anyone that's new, ooh, it might be. Summer Murasaki works surprisingly well when you least expect. Oh, I've said this time and time again. I don't think a lot of people really understand how good Murasaki is. She has carried my JP account. Like, there have been legitimately just super annoying caster fights that, like, Murasaki is just trivialized. And just having that arts looper that's fluid, that, like, actually can debilitate the enemy really is nice. Like, I don't usually like units that are very debuff centric, but Murasaki has everything in her kit necessary to be good at that. And so, like, it's why I just don't have a problem with her and why I think she actually is really, really solid in terms of her performance. Her card performance is usually very good. So even if you don't full clean loop, you can usually get to another NP pretty quickly. Yeah, I always see people say, like, oh, well, they shouldn't be able to get through LB7 and stuff if they're new, and I'm like, I get it, but, like, people will naturally attempt to blitz to, like, current content, right? I think that's just any game. This is always the case. Yeah, sure. I, the female master, shall be Charles the Great. Also, where's Mash? Shouldn't she be here by now? Yes, it's me, the gender bent Charlie. It's me, Charlize. The coffee machine broke? Damn, I didn't realize Ordinax was a coffee machine. The stupid, sexy VR coffee machine. Perfectly fine chilling a few story chapters behind with everyone while I built up my account. I was not okay with being locked out of limited time events. Yeah. And that's like I said, this past year on JP, they actually started like pushing the envelope again on that stuff. Whereas like NAs in this period of, they haven't really required it for a while. Although I think, Chad, isn't it LB3 is what's required for Hakenden? You know, I'm surprised they've never pulled the, hey, there's two singularities going on at the same time, pick your poison. Hey, the closest we have is the Lost Belts. But the Lost Belts are very much nothing happens until we show up type deals. Missed Ranmaru because I procrastinated too much on the story. Don't worry, you'll get another crack at Ranmaru, but you probably did miss it for a while. We're gonna slam the door in his face. I've been ripped off like that a bunch of times. Ah, Stolfo. I don't think she's come back yet. Yeah, the keyword is yet. I think she will be on the Evocation Festival. Storytelling is what FGO is good at. Yeah. I still think the story is fine pre Fifth Singularity. It's certainly not as well written, right? But people have a tendency to act like everything pre like America is just bad, and I'm like, ah. Pre-Nas is saying, wait a minute, I could make some money here. So, and this is why I say people don't understand it, right? The chat. For starters, Nasu came in part way into America. So he did help write America. And secondly, the singularities prior to America are still based off of Nasu's overall plan. So like, he may not have been the one that directly wrote it or supervised it, but it is based off of his notes for what the story should be. So that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of people have a tendency to, like, you know, make the claim of like, oh, it's trash. And I'm like, it's really not as bad as you think. It's not the best by any means, but it's not as bad as you think it is. It's not unreadable by any stretch of the imagination. I know. I read through it. Yeah, a lot of people have a tendency to like, it's either Septum, London, or Okeanos for most people is usually where, like, depending on your mentality, it's like, oh, this one's the worst for me. Wait a minute. Damn, he called him out and said, "You will let me go." Yeah, he just got more hands on later. Exactly. It just feels worse because Camelot and Babylonia were bangers. Right. And I think that's more the point, is the stakes were raised with the last two. And that's why it became so much more impactful. I think it's like people have a tendency to be like, oh, it sucked before that point. But the reality is everything prior up to that point is the reason they were so impactful. And it'll be the same way basically with LB. Like, we all thought the LBs were written very well, but I think like over time we've realized like, oh man, LB5, LB6, they were written so well. Man, 6.5 is getting written so well. I think it's like you look back and you're like, I didn't really care too much for the prior Lost spells. The reality is when you were reading through it, you did, but it doesn't seem nearly as important or as good now in comparison to the crazy stuff that we have. So it's like, it's just part of it is like, it's just rising action. It's building to the climax. I enjoyed all of them. Yeah, no, I did too. Like, there's definitely, I have my least favorite. My least favorite is Okeanos, mostly because Okeanos, at least with like viewed self-contained, Okeanos seems rather pointless. But the second half of Okeanos is a lot better than the first half to me. And I'm someone like, I love Drake, so like you would think I would be like really okay with the first half of Okeanos, but damn, first half of Okeanos is just you playing pirate for no damn reason. It is utterly pointless. What's really cool though is even something like Okeanos that I think is the worst still actually like ties in really well now with like the events of LB5. So like they've done a really good job of making everything important and everything matter. Okay, hold on. Motherfucker be monologuing a lot. So it's a bluff. The heck? Bro, I didn't realize this was Conan Exiles. Damn, that's my castle I built. Grandcaster Bob the Builder with that territory creation EX++. Yeah. It makes me wonder if it's not actually a stronghold and it's like an illusion or something. Yeah, but fighting Constantine in a defensive battle is also stupid. It's what he's known for. Damn, they mind fucking him. They doing a good job. You ever finish Extell Link? Yeah. I like the LB6 the most, but in terms of impact, I like the moment in LB5 more. Yeah, it's really funny because, like I've said, at least to this point, I'm enjoying 6.5 more than I enjoyed 6. But it's because as good as 6 was, like 6 to me had obviously higher peaks, but it was also controversial enough for someone like me that like I didn't like what they were doing with some of the points on the lore, that it tempered it for me. It made it not as like as impactful for me as a result. So like 6.5, the thing I'm enjoying about it is just it's well written so far, and I'm just like, it's good. Like I don't have anything I'm really worried about or thinking that they're like undoing. The only strange thing at play here is like the sheer amount of servants, but I think this is actually a pretty unique take, and I want to see how they explain that it's possible. Which again is, you could literally say, if nothing else, that the fact that there's 3 holy grails in this singularity is enough to explain something crazy like that. Yeah, I do agree with that, Strom. At least so far, right? Like I have no idea, because I've seen some people now that have said like they didn't really care too much for the ending of this. So we'll see. And I have a feeling I know why, and I'll address that when I get done. I'm not going to say that people are wrong to feel that way, but people might not know why they're feeling that way. What was crazy? The sheer amount of servants that are summoned here. Like, that's the only thing that would be potentially lore breaking so far. And it's like, I don't really think it's lore breaking. Still irks you? Don't let it. If anything, take pride in the fact that you've managed to do more with less. Did you just say hee hee? Also, what Vlad spoke was the truth. Yeah. They were, I knew it. Like, Vlad was literally saying, oh, I'm sure right now they're going insane over what to wear to the battle because we're having to come up with a disguise. Gold, gorgeous, and glorious. Totally fine. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, we just need to summon Gilgamesh and have him stand next to us. In fact, in all seriousness, I'm surprised we didn't try something like that. That we didn't just go, you know what? Let's summon someone that's like Charles the Great. Like, you put Gil on that field in his golden armor, people would assume he's Charles. Like, unless they knew who he was. He would say no. No, the whole point is you don't try to lord over him as a bodyguard. You make him into the emperor. And you don't tell him the plan. You just like, go out there and be our leader. Gil wouldn't be capable of not declaring his identity. That is probably true. That would probably be where the plan falls apart. You might have to cut him in just to be like, hey, just don't say Gilgamesh. Say Charles. Caster might be smarter about it, probably. Hey there, Chuck. Verily 'tis I, Charles the Great. I want this as a Mystic Code chat. We look good, bro. Yeah, just you guys wait. My God, we're just now like all of this is still 0 AP. I figured this would be long, but I figured it would be like at least broken up a little bit better. Shut up, we're making them as fast as we can. Easy spot for the Mystic Code, true. We'll have used negative AP by the time the stream is done, probably. Oh my God, it's notes! hope Johanna will show up too. Hmm. So he must have intrinsically known that it was Charlie without knowing it was Charlie. Yeah, that might be a thing. Hmm. Pulled Charlemagne? Congrats. She's a perfectly ordinary servant from proper human history. Wait, why would that trigger confusion in us? I figured that was the case too. Other than the whole, like, they tried to disprove she existed. But we shall see. Came in the single multi I allowed myself for him? Damn, that's lucky, kitty. I don't really feel like she's waging war. She's just existing. Also, 137 out of 144 feels weird, man. So I don't know what I'm facing. I, like, low-key hate this. Yeah, let's actually try something like this. Well, no, it's probably safer if we just go Morgan for right now. Because I don't know what I'm going to be facing. Okay, let's get Mash out of there. Now we are Saberface only. Start morging all over the place? Yeah. I feel like at this point, since we know basically everything is man, that we should just use Morgan when in doubt. He's gonna see for himself whether or not we're an imposter. It just makes horn noises. Okay, good. What I assumed a horn would do. A dash of anger. What's up, Emperor? They could just dye Guta's hair and it would be the same. Yeah. The fact that I'm playing a female, though, makes this even more interesting. No. Giga Chad. I am one of the fathers of the world, and so I weep to know of your existence. Hellfire, thank you for the 33. 5 minutes of Twitch Prime reminders. Thanks, Twitch. No. Also, like, yeah, I guess Charles does predate him. I was sitting here trying to think about the timing, but Charles should be like 1300s. I feel like Constantine is what, like 1500s? Oh no, sorry. I'm way off. He's like 700s and died in 1814. Yeah. My brain was not placing the history correctly there. Yeah, and Constantine died in 1453. So, God, he's almost an entire like millennium after. Yeah, but someone's gonna come and try to kill us, right? Yes, glory to our Pope. Just summon Melisson and orbital nuke their entire army. Are we stupid? I assume that you can't just summon whoever the hell you want at all times. Like, you, the player, can, but... Nor are they necessarily as strong outside of their, like, given lost belt. Kind of a crappy name. Extra dimensional beef he's got with me that I don't really get. Yeah, it's totally because of Apocrypha. Well, the servants that we have with us in a singularity are like what the singularity allowed us to have, right? The servants we take into battle are considered to be combat summons, usually done on the back of Mash's shield. So it's like, lore-wise, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be of the same strength, or, again, like, whether or not certain factors aren't at play. Like, for instance, you can look at somebody, like, say, like, Yagyu in Shimosa and assume that he was way stronger in Shimosa than the variant that we summon, right? Usually because they're directly, like, tapped into the ley line and have their own unique gimmick going on. Went to pity? Yeah. Wait, what the heck? A good, clean, fair fight? No. Oh, there really are 5 enemies. And they really can't MP. About the Imperial Drip. Did the capture card just, like, die again? Feels like it did. Okay. Or not? I don't hear any sound. Huh? Let's try reopening the capture card. What? Can only be used within the realm of Thanatos Impulse Traum. It is not a mystic code. Bullshit. Grant you powerful Imperial skills. When you wear the Imperial robe in the battle, Imperial skills will be available in place of master skills associated with your equipped mystic code. Sweet! I still get equipped mystic code experience. Yeah, like all audio is gone. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that, chat, and then basically we're gonna reopen. Oh, sorry, that's JP. We're gonna reopen it, and hopefully that fixes the sound issue. Because the game itself is the only thing I've yet to reboot. Yeah, now we have it. Getting an actual Mystic Code experience is the best part. Yeah, I like I said, I still think like they could do something like this. They don't have to make it as strong as the Imperial Robe. Or they could just make it the Imperial Robe and then be like a shitty knockoff of it. Okay, so increase the MP gauge by 10% and MP strength by 30%. And MP charge by 1 level when using NP1. Or sorry, when using NP, 1 turn. For all allies. So basically 10% gauge, 30% strength, and 1 overcharge rank. 2 times invincible 1 turn, debuff immune, and death immune for all allies. Wow. Wow. Increase attack by 20% for 1 turn for all allies and gain 30 crit stars. Jesus. Diss some shit. Okay, we're gonna let Morgan go to work. I need at least 20% charge here. And I'm not gonna get it. Yeah. Kind of forced to use a de-armored card now. Okay, that'll work. Damn, y'all gonna regret that. You should have never touched Morgan. Just do the mighty chain. I literally had to fight the impulse. Those skills are hardly that great. No, they're really good. That's better than any Mystic Code in the game by far. Like, the only thing it doesn't have a leg up on is basically Plug Suit because of the order change. Because nothing will ever be stronger than order change, because it literally just order changes another unit. This appears to be a servant gauntlet, but I still imagine Morgan's just gonna cakewalk this. A full party invincibility for a Mystic Code is crazy. And debuff immunity and death immunity. You can't even discount the other effects. It just simply is like way stronger. Basically, each skill is an entire Mystic Code for most of that. So it's like 3 in 1. Pardon me, my true name is Diarmid Uadua, and I'm gonna kill you. I was really hoping it would go right into the battle. With a gunshot? Oh, okay. The only strong enough to match that is Sono G? Sure, yeah. It's so cute. Ah, yes, Astolfo's gonna be done in. Perseus and Pegasus? You mean Medusa? Medusa and Bellerophon. Okay. What we got here? So... no point in blowing my load because she's just gonna wipe each wave. The real problem is gonna be I'm not gonna have enough charge for the second, or sorry, for the third wave. I would need there to be an enemy that lives. Which is unlikely, given, yeah, I was gonna say, given the current state of things, even a 70k archer is gonna die. Not big enough HP pools, yeah. Alpha gets himself immediately blown up, pretty much. Okay, we actually have a Morgan Arts card, so say goodbye. Double stagger. It's gonna die either way. Oh, it didn't! Oh, impressive. I actually thought that Morgan crit would just eat it up. It's pretty clear the Lancer man got a lot going on, so let's try to whittle it down some. There we go. Morgan's Arts card has good performance. I got lucky that I got it back-to-back turns. Actually, no, she's double arts, isn't she? Double Buster, double arts. Lancer came to fight to show off his style. Well, I was thinking, like, if I'm gonna crit and kill anything, I want it to be the caster, because Lancer actually hits multiple times, which means he gives a lot of charge. Like, I actually consider things like that, like how much NP I'm gonna gain potentially off of enemy hits. But it doesn't matter if the enemy doesn't hit you. Bunch of anti-human history faction. Yeah, probably. But I gotta imagine, like, everybody in this is anti-human history type stuff. Well, looks like we can finally get rid of Morgan and and put back in the Surfmo. 2 more arrows? Yeah, finally 2 more arrows and I might be done with the 1 chapter we've done today. Hello, Gil. Guess what? What? I got the naked swordsman? Nice. You got the male stripper. They're doing a way better job animating the cutscenes. And then another Durandal. Just throw water on him. I can still fight. Oh, is it us? I'm gonna try summoning. That's a cool trick. Summons an entire fucking army. Hey, can you do these normal caster things? No. But I am a necromancer. Okay, 11 enemies. This will be a little annoying, but probably not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. S-tier summoner, however, yeah. Bro thinks he's the protagonist. Well, to be fair, he is Naruto. He's Hassan of the Naruto. Sorry, Hassan of the Uzumaki. Oh, why do that? I can just symbolically use the 100% crit card. They immediately removed the Sherlock after adding you? Jesus. Hassan of the Six Paths. Yes. Followed by Hassan of Pain. See, chat, this will be a nice easy 4-turn, I hope. Unless the final enemy has a break bar. No, yeah, this is an easy 4-turn. Oh, wait. Huh? I'm not using the Imperial Drip? What? Did I, like, take it off? You're a caster now? I guess. Like... Huh. You're a random caster, dude. I guess, yeah. Caster Itabamo Himiko and takes a nap, pretty much. Well, the only thing that's weird, Persh, is that, like, the prior battle we were, right? So it's like, huh? We just suddenly decided to take it off, I guess? We dropped the act? Okay, so this is going to be a Raida. Damn, if only I had an assassin to do murder with. Just to be sure, we are going to put Okitan in the back line. We'll probably put something like Traces on because MHX is going to need some extra MP game. I couldn't quite tell what you summoned. What was a secret? What the hell, capture card? Okay. You actually select the CE there? I thought I did, but if I didn't, it's still Ocean Flyer, which isn't bad, so... Well, at least this is going fast now. Like, it's like all the reading was in the early, like, bullets. What the fuck? My brother in Christ. Okay, that would have killed even with the defense. What made you think it was single target? It's why I put Okitan on the back line, but now I don't even think it's AoE. Now I assume this is a survive battle. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's gonna be enough. Okay. I always forget about MHX Assassin when it comes to Saberface servants for some reason. Yeah. It's funny because I still don't have MHX on JP. She's only had like 1 or 2 banners since I've been playing, and neither of them came at good times. I figured one of the Castores was gonna die. It's too many riders. Okay. So the first skill that has the dodge or the middle skill? It is the first, or sorry, the middle skill. Oh no, sorry, it's the third skill. God damn, I forgot. Well, at least it's 2 times evade. Oh, I actually have Okitan's cards. Let's go for the gold. Oh, sweet. You fool. You foolish fool. Well, I win by default. They cannot kill my backline, so. Cad not knowing what every Saberface skill does. It's weird because I do, but like, I don't know why my brain was convinced that it was on a different skill right there. But yeah, because the third skill is the one that got upgraded basically to allow it to have multiple dodges. It happens, yeah. It doesn't bother me too much because I know what I know, and I know like just how much it is that I know about the roster, and that's why like I sit there and I go like, yeah, I got it wrong. Oh well. It doesn't bother me. It's almost like you eventually keep learning so much that you keep replacing the info that you already know, and then you have to reinforce it every once in a while. What if I push myself just a little? It is what it do, Yug. Okay. So this is probably a good time for Okitan. And absolutely not a good time for you. Wait, hold on. Does it need to be a 4-star? No, it needs to be a 5-star. So we're going to put Morgan back here just to be on the safe side again. Section 15, finally. At least the second half is not nearly as long as the first half. And before there's a third half, though. I feel like that's the way this is going. Exploited our weaknesses perfectly. I'll go to the West Gate myself. No! You're gonna force me to use Okita against you. Having Castoria and Saberface only run feels like cheating, even though she herself is also a Saberface. Yeah. Yeah, it does, right? But, like, at the same time, honestly, the thing I like about it is it made the trivial fights just way easier to get through. You didn't have to, like, sit there and trudge through them, because you actually have charge support. But no, I mean, like, even before Castoria, it's like, I told people, because I had people that were like, oh, well, you can't use Castoria CAD, she's too good. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I fought through I basically fought through from Babylonia onward, every single Epic of Remnant while it was, like, relevant. So that means, like, chat, I did all of, like, all of Shimosa. I did all of Agartha with, like, Scheherazade without a freaking a freaking single target rider who happens to be anti-sovereign, which is like all of the Artoria faces and even all of the Nero faces as well. So it's like, yeah, no, I've earned the right at this point. I made it all the way through all of that. I made it all the way through all the Lost Belts up until that point, including LB5. I'm good. Avenger and Moon Cancer Saberface, man. I kind of want to, like, see a Moon Cancer Saberface at this point. If they're gonna, like, relax the restrictions and allow other characters in, I want to see their take on what a Saberface Moon Cancer would be. Because I feel like that would actually be interesting. No one can question your dedication at the stage. Oh yeah, especially after Cherishment and LB5, no one can really question it. That was like, no, I'm going to do this. I don't know if you guys remember, we fought that for like 2 hours. Actually, it may have been longer than that. I don't even remember. Yeah, I feel like a Wada Arco Artoria would be really cool. It's always like how sieges are portrayed in media, because a lot of the time people portray sieges as this like multi-day affair. Certainly it was a multi-day affair, but the thing is, in a lot of cases, sieges were a multi-month affair. Sometimes even more than a year. Sieges were a blockade, you usually didn't just throw your troops at the walls, because that was suicide. You were asking to get them killed. And if you keep doing that, the defenders win. So essentially what you tried to do in the case of a siege was usually either exploit a weakness or straight up just encircle them and starve them out. So I always find it really funny to see this sort of thing. I'll give you more saber faces, Cad. Just give me some more Ren faces at this point. That's fine. Like, I've never argued against there being more Ren faces. I've always had the stance of, like, I really hate when people, like, say, like, oh, I'm tired of saber faces. They can't do any more saber faces. I'm like, fuck you. I enjoy saber faces. I want more. And my entire stance is that, like, you should be able to have what you want, right? Like, regardless. This applies to everybody. Hey, Fox, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are doing some Traum here, so just be careful. We are in section 15 right now. But how's it going, everybody? We are doing our Saberface only run. Which was already interesting earlier there with those riders that we had to fight. Can't fuck you, I want saber faces raw. Yeah, we were discussing how like basically people are like, oh, Cad, you can have more saber faces, just give us more Ren faces. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I've never had any issue with people getting more of what they want, right? I feel like it shouldn't be a zero-sum game. We shouldn't be like, hey, you can have or you can't have a unit because I can't have a unit. It should be everybody gets units that they want. Trying to roll every soccer face I get, not MP5 or anything though. I mean, hey, don't ever look at like what other people do and assume that you have to do it to the same extent that they do, right? Like if you make a goal that you just want to have all the soccer faces, I think that's perfectly fine. Be hopping out due to spoilers, no problem. You're playing Helldivers? Nice. Hope you're enjoying it. Can't believe Cad took all my Artorias, yes. All I wanted is more Neros. Hey, I am getting one soon. You are. You're gonna get Draco. You wouldn't dare kill a Pope. It just seems Ren faces are a bit behind the number of the other two. Oh, they absolutely are. Like I've said, I don't really understand it. I know every time there's a poll, Artoria is the most popular, but I feel like of the main three, Ren is basically the second most, but I may be wrong on that. I don't know why they wouldn't allow anyone from her own faith to face her in battle, other than I guess like you're worried about either them turncoding or them like being unable to fight. On JP, it's pretty even. No. Yeah, I could see Ren being more popular in the West. I think that might actually be a thing. But as far as I've always understood it, Artoria is the one in the lead every single time. Like, I've never seen a poll where that's not the case. But this is like, I'm talking like character polls. Like for Fate Stay Night, you know, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, yada, yada, yada. Like, basically, whenever Type Moon takes a poll of who the most popular characters are. Not like, hey, we're polling the FGO community. Because to me, that's at least like all-encompassing. So you get the people that don't necessarily play FGO. But as to like who's the most popular in the West, I couldn't tell you. I've never seen a poll for that. I also really like Rin, so I want more Rin faces, but I'm not against others or more either. Yeah, that's my entire point in all of this, is just that like it always irks me when people get like upset about the Saber faces for it. I assume it's just out of like jealousy or just frustration on their own end. And I'm like, I get it. There's a ton of Saber faces. It's like, but I'm just happy to have them, right? I know not everyone is as psychotic as me. Not everybody goes out there and rolls every single one of them and tries to grail them all. But like, to me, it's like, it's the least I can do since I have all of them. I have a bumper crop. I need to take care of it all. Frustration or lack of more. Yeah. And that's what I think it really is. It's not that people actually like even care about the Saber faces in that regard. It's that they go like, damn, I just really want more Rin faces. This is fucked. Why do I not keep getting them? And in that regard, like, I don't know, right? I've already said, like, to me, it's weird that, you know, with as popular of a character as Rin is, that they don't try to cash in on it more, which is why I assume it's like some sort of like lore issue that exists in Nasu's brain. Like, Nasu doesn't want there to be more Rin faces for whatever reason he can think of, like whatever justification he has. And I'm not going to say there will never be another Rin face. There might, but it may be that like he requires specific circumstances for there to be another one. And I don't really know why he takes the stance that he does if that's the case. But that's my only hypothesis that I can come up with, is that it's probably Nasu that's the roadblock. Otherwise, like, if it were all just about the money, chat, we'd be getting like one of the main three heroines every single year. You'd get an Arturia face, a Sakura face, and a Rin face every year. And I guarantee it, because that's where a lot of the money is. Has there really not been more since Space Ishtar? No. And it's funny because, like, I've seen people joke, especially like Bob, one of his favorite jokes is that we're going to see Summer Space Ishtar before we ever see Ereshkigal get any more other forms. She hasn't been back since, damn it. They had Rin's VA appear last year, so maybe soon. Yeah. But it's funny because, like, I can tell there's just like a ton of the people that were Rin fans that have either kind of gone quiet or like stopped playing the game, because they really haven't like given much else. And I feel like if they just literally came out with another Rin face, you'd see this like influx of Rin fans all coming back. Also, dear God, this is the most terrifying enemy we've ever faced. I have no use for a proper human history without my dear Anshin in it. His interludes got unlocked in the pre-release campaign, yeah. I'm glad I can double as a Soccer Face fan, otherwise I'd be starving, yeah. And I think that's where a lot of Rin fans are, is like they've just decided that they still like the IP and they just try to collect other units at this point. And I can't blame them for that. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of fucked that they have to. I did say, like, all the way back in the day that they kind of messed up by giving Rin fans Space Ishtar. They basically gave Rin fans, like, sort of the perfect unit at the time where you didn't really need any other unit. And you guys haven't gotten anything since, but as a result of having that unit, you also really haven't had to roll much of anything since. So there's just like this huge untapped potential for Rin fans, where like they could be spending much more on the game and probably aren't. It's not a zero-sum game, right? Because we got a new Saber face doesn't mean we won't get theoretically 7 Rin faces in 1 year. Yeah. And that's why I always say, it's like, I see people all the time that get upset about stuff, especially with summer, right? Like they're like, God, why is it another Saber face? And I'm like, well, for starters, because there's that many Saber faces. It's like, at that point, they're just going through the catalog, making a summer variant of each one. Oh, this is just 5 remaining in this battle. Yuck. I was done collecting my favorite servant for 5 years. Yeah. And I've said that before too. Like, if you think about it, it's smarter of them to actually tap into the nostalgia more and to not keep doing the like the new units, the new characters constantly. Because if they tap into the nostalgia, they give players that are fans of Medusa, Medea, Hercules, Gilgamesh, you know, again, Rin, Artoria, Sakura, they give the fans of the original characters more. And that gives them more stuff to love. Whereas with a new character, it's hit or miss. You don't know whether or not it will be loved. You know, with an existing original character from Fate Stay Night, that if you release it into the game, it will be successful. It will sell well. People will like it. You could make it the shittiest unit imaginable. It will still sell well. Besides Lalter and I guess MHXA. Yeah, no, there's actually quite a few that still need it. You only managed to list 2. Okay, so let's do it like that. Get that free charge there. That's why Tiamat did so well, because she's familiar and also really strong. Well, it's funny because if they had done Tiamat like at the release of Babylonia, it would probably not have done nearly as well. But over time, there was this weird sort of like development of devotion towards Tiamat, and she grew in popularity, and they were able to do it as she became a known figure in their minds, right? So it's like it had enough time to cook, in effect. May as well get that extra little bit of stars there. Now we can add Summer Draco to the list. Yep. Okay, that's a little terrifying. Lose HP at the end of each turn. Okay, that's great. Oh, come on. I got a triple buster chain. Fudge. Okay, let's do it like this. Also helps seeing so much great artwork of the characters too. Well, that's why I said, like, the fact that they actually ran another art contest a couple weeks ago, that's huge. That's great for FGO. I don't think the devs understood that, like, when they stopped running those art contests for years, it made, like, the art kind of fall off for the game. It's not that there's not people still drawing Fate artwork, there is, but you guys gotta remember, like, back for the first, like, 3 to 5 years of FGO, it was like this dominant media sensation where it was the most talked about on Twitter. It had the most artwork by far. And part of that's like more competitors came in like Genshin, right? But the other part of that is they dropped the ball too, so it made the swing happen even faster. It made it more drastic in effect. Get the feeling Kyo gonna fuck me up, but she is only level 70 at least. The real question is she guaranteed to get charge? And I don't know. By Summer 5-ish that had that art downswing happen, right? Probably around then. But yeah, like I think it was equal parts that like there were competitors that appeared, and then there started to be like, again, less of a focus, less of an investment in the like art and cosplay side of things for FGO. And I think that just didn't help. What a shit amount of charge. This is probably going to be it for her. I don't think Kyo's man. I suspect at best she's Earth, if not Sky. Could just pull in Maid Alter and have her go to town. Have her clap them cheeks. Oberon got talked about so much he breached the top 10 trending topics in 2021. Yeah, and I'm gonna say like it's not that FGO is like no longer a thing, right? Like it still is. It still does pop off from time to time. It just used to be constantly popping off. And that's where I think like the disparity occurs. We didn't get a Wada Arco summer last year, so we are due. Well, it's interesting because I did see Wada Arco just did Crony's new like military outfit, so like I don't know what that means for FGO. I will say artists can work on multiple projects at a time, but I do wonder like if that's the reason you haven't gotten some things for some time. Like I don't know. Oh, thank God. She self-charmed herself. 1,000,000 health. Jesus Christ. I figured it might be over after that, but... Worst case, I would have just come back with Squirtoria and shat on her. Wada's Crony's artist, aren't they? Yeah. Well, okay, so like... Wada is not exclusive to Crony. Like, if that makes any sense, right? Like, she's definitely Crony's artist, but she does not only do Crony stuff. But yeah, like, I have no idea the timing of the things or how long it necessarily takes her to do a new outfit. In fact, I would also argue making a new outfit is probably not as long as rigging the outfit is. But it definitely depends, especially when you get high quality art, it can take a while. 100% rigging takes time. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. No thanks, I'm sick of being taken prisoner. She actually admitted it. What the? There's no personal experience in that. Yeah, it does. Oh, there definitely is. I spent like 3 months of nearly weekly streams to finish the artwork for a new model of another streamer. Yeah. Like I said, it's not always that case. Some artists are slower than others. Some artists are more detailed than others. Some artists basically are just not like as well practiced. The more experience an artist has, the more likely they are to be faster at their work, but not always. There's no guarantee. I hate having to set this up before I go in because I get the strange feeling like this is probably Constantine. Remove defense buffs is definitely nice. I think I'm gonna do the old swaparoo here, and we're gonna treat this as if it's important. I don't think I'll ever want to make a VTuber model for yourself. I mean, if you ever are curious to dabble in it, you can just do like PNG tubing. It is so much cheaper and easier. But like making a full-blown VTuber model, no, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, no one will do that unless they are a content creator. It is way too expensive and takes way too long. You'd have a difficult time even securing anyone to make it for you. And I don't mean like you couldn't find an artist. You could. But like getting the rigger, that's the hard part at that point. Especially if you want it done with any amount of quality. Yeah, PNG gives like 50% of the effectiveness of a full-blown model with like 1% of the work. It really truly is just way easier to do. So it's like I don't blame anyone that's just wanting to be a PNG tuber. It's easy, it's fine, and it at least gives you something to stare at on the screen rather than like, you know, having no camera and nothing at all. Just the sound of a voice. You know all how painful that experience has been. Chat, when all is said and done, I'll probably talk to y'all about the entirety of the experience. It's a years-long tale. Like, and I don't mean 1 year, I mean multi-years. But I like to, especially until everything is said and done, it's like I like to like let everything unfold and then recant as to it, because my perceptions change over time. Where I know. Don't worry, you'll probably get some good news soon. Oh Jesus Christ, all those freaking Play Asia emails just came in. Okay. We're gonna lose? We can't lose. Wait. But Shufu served under QSH. Kiyohime is Japanese. Just trying to think of where they would have a connection. Unless it's the whole serpent dragon thing, but I think she meant in general, yeah. Obsession? Fair. Fair. They are both terrifyingly obsessed with an individual. One definitely more destructive than the other. Oh, damn. You lied to the yandere. Damn, bro, you about to die. Wait, why did we not try to recruit her? It's Kiyohime. I know, but... Huh. I really thought I was going to be a fight against Constantine here. 1,500 remaining foes. I bet. Here we go, chat. $14.94, $14.93. 3,000 turns or so. No, I mean, given the fact that we card afterwards, it would probably only take something in the realm of like 1,200 turns. Actually, no, like, so it's 3 per at least. So like, it'd probably be about 400 turns is what it would take. You know, easy, right, chat? Oh boy, an archer. My favorite. Ooh, good refund. It's the worst. Sometimes you have to lie and you wouldn't want her to turn on you later. Well, yeah, I get that, but then lying to her is gonna make her turn on us later. 5 hours to complete where we kill all 1,500. Yeah, please no. Certainly wouldn't be impossible. It would just be boring as shit. Okay, it's still gonna be the archer that's the problem here. Better to eliminate Kyo from the picture than to keep her on your side. No, I feel like it'd be better. Like, you can manage Kiyohime. And the reason why is because the master is who they are, right? Like, if it were anyone else, I would agree with you. But the master has an exceptionally, like, good way of dealing with Kiyohime. Literally don't lie, yeah. So I literally NP'd all 5 turns with a quick unit, chat, without a quick support. But oh great, even the back line has it. Ooh, spicy. Spicy, but no one died. All right, 1490 to go. Huh? Is this Moriarty? No, she just wants to keep him alive. Hmm. Yeah. I don't suppose he could ever understand. Yeah, sure. Vlad the Impaler, who defended his fucking country to the point of like committing mass acts of terror against an entire enemy force just to prevent them from taking control of his lands, would never understand the point of sacrifice. But they have buff removal? Oh, if they had buff removal, you'd never be able to complete it. At least not if it was a constant thing. If it was like a gimmick where like one in every so many units had it, that'd be doable, but... Okay, chat. This gonna be it for me tonight. We made it to section 16. I was hoping to get to like 17 tonight, but dear God, the rolls went on long, and section 14 was just ridiculously long. Let me see who is on and who I can give some love to. I see Mr. CZ. I'm gonna send you guys his way. He's doing some Traum as well. But again, chat, I'll be back tomorrow. It is technically slated to be Variety Day. I'm not sure. We might continue Traum. I might leave it till Monday. I'll think about it. So just stay tuned. I don't know when I'll go live tomorrow. It'll probably be afternoon/evening. It'll just depend on, again, when I can get the stuff I got to get done with done tomorrow. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support, as always. Go give Mr. CZ my love, and have a good one.